Well, hello, hello. Happy Wednesday, right? How is everybody doing? I actually missed the stream. I don't know why, like I was here streaming yesterday, but I felt like, oh, I wish we could stream now. Anyway, welcome to today's stream where we're gonna be continuing building our React dashboard, or a dashboard we build in React, and we're gonna be doing some stuff. I think that we're missing a couple of things, like we skipped some steps, and I think we should be doing them today. So I'm gonna show you what I have prepared a little bit, and we're gonna really get into coding that. As I always say, hopefully we will be done today, but that's not gonna happen. So let's get started. And as always, if you're watching, let me know if you're here. Say hi, say how are you, ask away any questions, and we're gonna start, right? Let me know how the sound is going, how the video and everything, the gist that is always happening. Akshay says hi, hey, how are you? Let me share the screen. There we go. So I'm gonna make the music a little bit lower because I feel like I need to compete with it. But here's our dashy dash as always, and what we have so far is our side nav, top nav, our little dashboard with a search bar, and the dashboard has cards. And for now, the cards don't have any content except for this one, which we did yesterday, and we're trying out filling out the content and seeing how it goes. So as a reference point, we always have our design, which looks like this, and I think they look kind of similar, right? Like, disregard this thing that is too big, but I think it looks all fine. All fine. All right and fine. All fine. Akshay says, I'm doing good. Good. Happy to hear that. And what I wanted to say that we have been kind of like missing steps, or I've been saying that, oh, we can do that later, we can do that another time, or later on once we have some stuff. But what I wanted to do today especially is to maybe add some media queries so we could have a bigger picture about how our app is gonna look like when it's like in tablet view or in mobile, because it's not gonna look like this. And yeah, I think maybe it's not necessarily gonna benefit us tremendously, but it's gonna be something that we took care of, and this way, at least when we shrink the page, we're not gonna be like, oh damn, that looks really bad. Also, I think we should use CSS variables because it has annoyed me enough to kind of like go back and check the hash of this text. So I feel like we should do that, right? What do you say? And I also added the green and red for this type of things. Bootstrap has its own green and red, but I don't really like them. I want to use another one. So let me show you which one I chose. Can I? Wait a sec. Let me switch the screen for a second to check if I can show you something. Yeah, I can. Okay. So here we go. This is our Figma where I do stuff. Self-explanatory, right? And these are kind of like our main colors, and I decided to add these two. I put them here in order to understand how they complement the whole color palette that we have, and I think they're all right? I also think that I'm gonna sneeze right now. Oh, I'm not. Okay. I need to figure out how to sneeze on stream. It's not gonna be beautiful. All right. So back to our dashy dash. I have here media queries that I've added, and I took them just from Bootstrap they have their own set media queries, but, so let me show you. If we go to Bootstrap media queries, and we go here, then if it loads, we're gonna see something. There we go. So if we scroll here, they have breakpoints. They call them responsive breakpoints. And here they are. You can usually use a min or a max. And I chose to go with the max because it's just like also a matter of habit. I'm more familiar with it. And what Bootstrap also offers is to use SCSS or Sass mixins. We, in our project, we're not using SCSS or Sass, we're using plain CSS. That's why we will not be able to use kind of like native Bootstrap breakpoints, but they say which one they are using, so we can just take them and use it. But I took these ones. Yeah, so these are the min widths and these are the max widths. So the difference between min and max is the way how you kind of like account for them. So if you start with min, then your media queries should be on the top of the page, right? Because CSS is cascading style sheets, right? So whatever is written on the top goes first, and then if you overwrite it after it on the bottom, then that one is going to be overwriting whatever you wrote on the top. And I think with min width, is it? So if I write something like general CSS here, and then I have a min width here, then that's going to also apply because it's a min width. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that, let's say you have a desktop, right? Which the width of which is 1200, and you write the class to it above it here. So let's say you put a background red, and then in this media query you write background color yellow, and this yellow background color is going to be applied because your desktop width of 1200 is actually in this range. Like the minimum width of 576 pixels is going to still count. Might be confusing what I'm saying, but take a look at this one. If I'm doing max width and I'm going like from the highest to the lowest, so this is where, without the media queries, I write the generic one, which in my case is for the desktop view, and then I go, like, I shrink it, you know? But if you start from min width, that is like smaller, then you go from smaller to bigger, and then eventually your whole desktop styling is going to be at the very bottom. That's, I mean, you don't have to take that into account right now, but just remember that if for some reason your media queries don't work at some point, then, or like they're overriding each other, then chances are that this is the issue. So here are the media queries that I chose to have. We could also just like, you don't have to do like 0.98. That can be a little bit excessive. So let's remove that. It's fine. It's not going to break us too much, I think. Or will it? Okay, fine. Keep it. Because we took it from Bootstrap, right? And in Bootstrap, you also have some utility classes that are also applying for media queries. So, for example, they have the, like if we add the deflex, we can actually select to apply deflex only in medium screens and not overall. So for that reason, if we will be using some of those utility classes and not define it through the media queries, then it might be better to kind of like have them in sync. So yeah, I'm not sure how this .98 pixels is going to break it for us, but there is a chance, right? So let's just have it like this then. So I also said that I want to do the CSS variables. So how about we're gonna start with those ones first. The way you define CSS variables is pretty simple. You do root and you write your variables. And the way how you write CSS variables is usually dash dash. Let's call it main text. And we're going to give it our value of this one. This is the color that we have been using for our text throughout the project. So that's why I'm going to name it main text. I always say that I highly recommend you to avoid binding the variable names to their colors. So for example, if we know that this is gray, then maybe it's better not to name it text gray, because, you know, it's 2021, we have themes like dark theme, light theme, at least. Then you have several other themes that can be in your application, and limiting the variable name to like a gray thing or like a specific color can be very confusing later on. Because, for example, what if in your dark mode you have a background color that is like dark blue? So you would write what? Background dark blue, and then in your light theme color you have background light white or something like that. So it would be confusing because the variable would be still the same, but not the name of it. You know what I mean? I might be also again confusing you without like giving you any examples, but as a rule of thumb, and maybe it's not a rule of thumb, but as my very deep recommendation, don't bind your CSS variable naming to specific colors, unless you really know that this color will never gonna change and that's maybe like your brand color, right? Then it's fine. But if not, then ideally it would be like more semantically something. So that's why I chose the main text. And then we have our background. Let me check quick if we use this somewhere else, because I don't remember. Okay, so we use it only as a background. So we can also name it as main background, just in case we will want to use it somewhere else. Yep, we save that. Then we also have our border. Where did we use that? Side nav. Oh, okay, so this is this little kind of like difference, not difference. This is the border. So how should we call that? Should we call it separator? Separator? Or we're using it only for borders. Okay, I mean, let's go with main border. Right, if we already have it as a border, then let's continue. And I added two new colors, the green and the red. And as I said, let's not bind the green and red to their own like naming like that. Let's maybe call it, so Bootstrap calls it success and danger. We could also call it something similar. Maybe, well, success and danger, that's the only thing that I have in my mind right now. Johnny says divider maybe? Oh yeah, that's a good one. Main divider. Well, let's just call it just divider, right? Without the main. Yeah. But let's say that it's a divider color. We could also say text color, background color, or main divider. I just don't like to start changing things, you know, so like you would expect, kind of like eventually when you start coding and you start like using variables, you would have it already like in the back of your mind. Especially if you're working on the same project, you would be like, oh, okay, so it's main something. And then if we suddenly put like divider color, then I guess that's not gonna help us. So we're not gonna do that. What about the green and the red? So what is it? It's like a state color, right? It's like a state or status. Let's call it status. Status success and status alert, right? I don't like the word danger, maybe alert is fine, or warning, but warning is more like it's usually yellowish, right? Because like it's a warning. So success, failure, that's also kind of harsh. Okay, if you have any other ideas, let me know in the chat. But I think for now, these ones are fine. So status success is gonna be this color, and then red, which is status alert, is gonna be this color. Not sure about the status, really not sure, but okay. Failure. Do you prefer the failure? I mean, status failure. I don't know. Let's go with alert for now. Okay, and how do we use CSS variables? Very easy, very easy. So this one, since I now selected it, it shows me that it's the same value as we have in main background. So that's the variable that we need to use. And you simply write var, you open parentheses, and inside of it you write main background. And that's it, it's gonna be applied. If I'm gonna refresh it now, nothing changed. So, how does this work exactly? Is that we have this root element on which we're setting all of those variables. So you don't need to import them in any file that you go. This is gonna be available to you throughout your whole project. Also, if you click on the inspector, I think you can even see it here. There we go. So on the root level, we will always see all of our variables. And actually, this is how, so if we say here, for example, color, where is our favorite Rebecca purple? This Rebecca purple is not like it's not a word that the browser knows that this means purple, right? It's actually also a CSS variable. Somewhere here, we will find our Rebecca purple. I don't know where, maybe not now, but those like blue stuff and everything, this is how things are being set. Although this specifically, I think this is from Bootstrap, yeah. But I think if you dig into it, you will find that this is how also the variables are being set. So that's pretty cool. This means that all the time, everything that you have on the root is going to be available to you throughout your whole project. And there is no need for like this imports, exports, and all these things. You can just write a variable and it's there. Another thing that you can put in variables is not just the colors. We can also put those things in variables in case we want to use media queries in different files. And that's pretty helpful because I personally always forget this kind of things. You know, I'll be like max width and then I'll be like, oh, which one was that? And I will need to search for it. So this way you can set it, for example, to largest device or medium device, small device, extra small device. For the matter of practice, I would suggest we do that too, and we check how it works, right? So let me put here some comments that this is our colors. Sorry, not British, American, right? And then there's also like this hot topic discussion. Should programmers code in American English or in English English or British English? Yeah. I think, well, not I think, like if you write background color, that's the only way to write it. So you kind of have to code in American English. But yeah, we can live with that. So here we're gonna write our breakpoints. And it's gonna be the device large. Then I'm gonna have device medium, device small, and device extra small. Or you can just do XS. But my, like, what's the name of it? The one that is responsible for spelling is gonna complain and I really dislike it, so let's just write extra small. And we're gonna do this stuff. So our device large is gonna be this value. And then we're gonna have this value, and we don't have an extra large because that's our default, right? So every CSS that we're writing is going to assume that it's, unless defined a small one, we will say that it's from the largest device to the smallest device. And if we want to change something for smaller devices, then we would write it explicitly. So save it up. And here I want to, let's, for medium devices, let's put maybe a background color of status alert, just to see that our breakpoints work. Status alert, background color. Why does it work? Background color. Is it because of this? Why doesn't it like a background color? Wait. So at media, what am I missing? Did I miss like a semicolon somewhere? No, right? So in here, let's try and use var dash dash. It's already not liking it. Is this syntax is for SCSS? Wait, let me check. So media queries. What's the syntax? At media. Oh wait, don't we need to define screen? Hey Donna, how are you doing? Hey Ozan, I'm doing fine, thanks. How about you? No, it's not media screen. Wait, what am I missing? Oh, duh, obviously. You know what I'm missing? I'm missing the element. Like, what am I applying this background color to? So, if we go back to our dashy dash, there we go. Our variable has worked, but we didn't use the variable for our breakpoint, and we're gonna do it now. var dash dash device medium. Oh, that didn't work. Shit. I'm fine too, trying to live under the AC throughout this heat wave. Yeah, I can imagine. Although here it's quite cold today. It's like, ironically, I mean, as ironic as it can get with our climate change, right? Whole Europe is burning. It's like on like heat waves and everything. Germany, we need to put heaters on. Yeah. Harsh element. Yeah. You mean that's what I was missing before, right? How to use CSS variables as media queries. CSS not working. There we go. Have you tried several browsers? The var function can be used in place of any part of a value in a property on an element. It cannot be used as property names, selectors, or anything else beside property values. Really? I was so sure that you can. And that makes sense, because you can set root that is HTML element, and from there it be inherited. Huh, interesting. Doesn't currently handle, but incorrect that it is not what CSS variable are trying. Okay, so you can do it for regular max widths, but you cannot use it for the CSS queries at media. Oh well, that's fine. Why did I have the idea that we can use it? Is that probably only with SCSS? Sorry, by mistake, no worries. Damn, I was so sure that we can use that. Well, now we know that we cannot use CSS variables in the media definition of max widths or min width. That's not how they work. All right. Whatever. Let me just uncomment this so it's easier to read that we're doing here something. Oops. And if we go back to dashy dash, there we go, it's red. Which is, by the way, this is the color of red that I chose to go for. And if you want to go for our success, our green, this is our green. I feel like it's nicer than this one, right? It's gonna be only on smaller elements. It's not gonna be our background color, so it should be fine. Okay, what now? Let's remove this thing because we don't need it here. And now that we have our CSS variables, let's maybe swap our other like hash occurrences and put them into variables. So what I usually do, I select this thing and I do Command-Shift-F. It opens this search bar and puts the value in it, and then it gives me all the occurrences of this value in all of my project. In user icons, I will not be able to use it because it's a hard-coded value, which is fine. That's okay. We have it in our card. Let me make this smaller. Don't be alerted by our dashboard. It's work in progress, okay? So, this color is gonna be var dash text. Oh, main text. You see, it's even auto-suggested, which is awesome. And if we save it, nothing changed. Nice. Let's refresh it just in case. Also, we can put our box shadows as well into variables. So basically, anything, as we saw, anything can be put into variables that you're using here. If you see that it's very repetitive, or if you want to make it like a more unified project, but don't put it in media queries definitions, as we now know. So, where were we? We were in this one. Also here it's gonna be var main text. Yep, save it. Okay. And what else? Side nav. Ooh, the side nav has it as a background color. So maybe we need to rename it from main text. What is this color? Do we have it somewhere? Yeah, it's the border as well. Okay, I'll keep that one that we had just for now until I can think of a better idea how to use it or how to name it. Where was it? Here, right? So this one is gonna be var, like this, copy it, save it. Where else are we using it? In here. There we go. Main divider. Now what about our main background? Where are we using that? Nowhere. Okay, maybe we should use it in another place, right? Where were we using it? There was a place where we were using it as a main background. Let's go there. It was in our card? No, it was in our side nav. Yeah. For the image. Oh, okay, but that's a placeholder. That's fine. That's gonna change. Okay. Yeah, no, that doesn't matter. We can just like var main text for now, because that's the image. Ideally you would put a real image there, so it's not going to be affecting your naming convention. All right, now that we have this beauty going on, let's go back to our index. We remove this, and what are we gonna do now? Oh, right, I wanted to also make like a responsive grid out of the grid that we have. So once we're like doing this shebang, it's not gonna alert us and tell us, oh wow, we know nothing, it is so disgusting and we cannot look at it. So let's change that. We're gonna be doing that in our dashboard. So if we close others, I say that as if you are right there with me, which I assume you are, right? Where's the dashboard? There it is. So Dashy dashboard has a main CSS file for the dashboard thing, and that's where our beauty of sections came. Remember our very, very hard labored grid? And now I'm gonna copy those media queries. I'm gonna leave them here just as a reference, right? You can also comment them. And we're gonna put it here now. And what are we gonna do? So we have our large device, which I think that for large devices like this, it's still okay. So let me show you how I usually find out the width of this device. So I open the inspector, and then if you look at the top right corner, and while you're moving or like shrinking the window, you will see pixels. And the first one is the X, and the right one is the Y. So if we take a look at our max width of our largest device is 1199, which is this. I don't think we need to design specifically for that. I think that layout is actually pretty fine for this thing. So let's go with a smaller one, which is 991, which is gonna be this one. This one I can see how it can start being a little bit problematic. So I would say that this would be our breaking point, where as soon as we go smaller, it should change to something else, right? It should probably change to 2 columns, and then when it's mobile, it should change to 1, right? So I would say that here we should have 2 columns, and here we should have one column, and this one, we're not gonna do anything extra for the extra small. It's gonna be up until like the small devices. I feel like this should be fine. But again, I can be multiple times wrong, as I have proved you several times already, but we will see, we will see. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna copy this class of the grid, just in order not to like scroll up and down. And we're going to put it right here. Save it in order to indent it. That's why I save things all the time. So the things that we need to change would probably be the height. Background, we don't need to change. So we can keep it like that, because remember, CSS is cascading style sheets, which means that if you define something on the top, that's gonna be like the thing that CSS gets. And only then, if you redeclare something or override something, then that's gonna be taken as the extra thing, right? So if we write here background red, then sure, that's gonna be taken, but we don't need to define it again that it's a background transparent, because we have already defined it on the top. So we remove that. The display grid also can be removed because it's from the top. And these ones, I'm not sure if we're gonna play around with them. So what I want to do, we wanted to do 2 columns, right? And let's take a look at our design to understand where do we want to put our columns and how they're going to go. So I would suggest to kind of group it by kind of like meaning, right? So we have our single products, then we have this chart with like top things. And then we have this top products chart as well. Is it called a chart? I don't know. A chart is like more like a graph, right? It's like this. But you know what I mean. It's like a table with products that are like ranked. And then at the end, we can put general statistics. Although for the fun of it, we could actually put general statistics on the very top in mobile. That could be fun, right? And we can put like this and this. So let's see, we can play around with those things and let's see if that even works. That again could be like me inventing stuff and thinking that it's working, but it's actually not. So we need to check. Grid template. What are we gonna have? So one. Okay, so we said 2 columns are gonna be happening now, which I would suggest then to... Which of them are like more similar in size? We could also do like change the width of them. So let's see. First of all, we know that we're not gonna have a 3rd column here. Can remove that. And we have section until section 7. So what I want to do is section, it's fine. Then another section. Yeah, section 2, section 2. I want to put here section 7 and section 7. I want it to be like on top and I want it to be spread. And then I want these and this. I want section and section and section 2 and section 2 to be on the same level. So if I move this one here, I can have section, which section is this? Section 3 can stay there. Oh my god, I'm confusing myself now. Okay, section 3 can stay here. And wait a second. Okay, 4. So I want to move the section 6 to be above the section 3. So I want to put here section 6, 6, and 6, because here 1, 2, 3, 4. I know it was a 4 one. So let's put 4, and next to it we're going to have section 4, which is only 3 rows. Seven to 2. Oh wait, no. These ones I can remove because we already have it. Yeah. And then here what I said I have 4, 4, 4, and here 5, 5, 5. Yeah, this is what I want. So I want it like this, I think. Let's see what I did. Yeah, look at this. So if we check it out, we have our general statistics on the top, then we have our this kind of things. So these, the best selling product and the most viewed product, are going to be also on the same level, and then we have kind of like of this gritty thingy, right? So now we also need to define it for our mobile view, which is going to be kind of simple. You can just do like 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So yeah, I think it's going to be fine. And the height for our template area for tablets should not be defined, I guess. What if I save it? Does it change something? No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's okay. I also want to I think, so you see how if I scroll, the side nav doesn't scroll? I want to also have the same thing for the top nav. So where is my top nav GSX? Not GSX, top nav CSS. And I want to give it a position fixed. Yep. So now if I scroll, I don't have anywhere to scroll. Okay. But if I make it smaller, will I have somewhere to scroll? No, okay. Fine. Now let's go to our dashboard, and now we need to give a margin top to our dashboard of at least 65 pixels, because that's the height of our top nav, right? And then, no, that's the grid. That's not right. Where is our dashboard? Let's open the dashboard. We have the header. But wait a second, we had it also here in main. Here we go. Here, margin top should be 65 pixels. What did I do? Yeah, why did our top nav go down? Is our top nav in the main? No. It's a nav, and then in our index CSS we have our main with the margin top. So where is our app.js? Main isn't here. Why would the top nav be affected? Huh? So this whole div is now affected. Why? I don't get it. Is it the Still not liking it, I'm still not sure. But this way, if we scroll, then you see. And we also need to give it to our top nav a background color of var main background. So now if you scroll, you see, boom, 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 boom. And as well, now the width needs to be of 100% because that's usually what happens when you give it a position fixed. It kind of like goes weird. So we gave you 100%. Where did you disappear? Why? What is happening here? Oh, okay. So because we gave it a margin left of 65, maybe can we give it a left of 65? Does that change anything? No, right? Okay. The difference between margin left and left is that when you take left, you can actually apply it to elements that are position fixed or absolute, because you're moving them according to wherever they're fixed to or absoluted to. But with the width, we would need to use a calc because we give it 100% and I think it goes out of our thing. Minus 65 pixels. Yeah, there we go. Calc is amazing. So, what do you think? I think this one needs a little bit more margin, right? So let's go. Ooh, no. Dashboard, and I think in general, maybe let's put it like a 4. Or not the grid. No. I make this mistake all the time, you see? Damn. There we go, this padding top. Let's do here also calc. Which is gonna be our padding top, which is the height of our top nav, plus 1 rem. 2. Yeah, I think 2 is nicer. Gives us a little bit more space, right? I think so far our spacing is not too bad, right? Hello everyone, hey Johnson, how are you doing? By the way, I see that many start like joining around 8 p.m. my time. Am I streaming too early? Or too late? Maybe I can put another poll. Because yesterday the poll actually went very nice. Streaming starting time. Let's do same as now. 1 hour later, or 1 hour earlier, which is probably not going to be possible, but could get your opinion on that. All right, so did we do our so there's a poll, go vote. Did we do our yeah, we didn't do our mobile, so let's do the mobile. Okay. in our dashboard. So for the mobile, it's gonna be pretty simple, right? Because we're gonna have only one column, and it's gonna be just a second. You know, life responsibility also comes. So, my bad, sorry. Okay, so I think that we should still keep the general statistics on the top. I think it's nice. And let's remove those sections here. Boom. And we can just do section or statistics on the top, right? Then we can do best selling product, which is section, and then section 2. And then, I mean, we could just do them like 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's it. And they're gonna take up to as much space as they need, I would assume. Yep, there we go. Because on mobile, there is really no sense in making it kind of like 2 columns, you know, when it's like so small. So I think it's fine like that. Yeah, I think it is. But anyway, cool. Look, we have responsive, which didn't take us like too hard, right? It's not that hard. It's okay. It's not that hard. And what are we doing now? Let's add maybe more of our data so we can fill out the cards, right? I think that can be fine. And if you have any questions, as always, drop them in. I'm also wondering if like this was actually necessary, or we can swap it for flexed, you know, because here we have a grid. This is a grid because our elements have different heights, they have different different heights, and they come in different moments in the layout. Here as well, because we have a little bit of difference here. But then we have this one, which is just like items stack on top of each other. So I'm not really sure if that's like, if that's a good idea. But on the other hand, would you, like, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to change elements from grid to flex just suddenly in some of the, in some breakpoints. I don't know how hard it is for the resources for the browser, although that might be just like complete bullshit right now, so I'm not sure. I don't know if the browser cares that much, you know. I think they have like a lot of I don't know, what is it, horsepower? It's not horsepower, but you know what I mean. Like, probably just like change it from grid to flex is not that hard. So anyways, gotta remove some commands. Also, the grid gap and the margin top, as you can see, we didn't change anything, so we can remove that because we defined it already above. And remove this, and now we have sort of a clean thing. It would have helped us a lot if I would be naming that properly, because as you can see here, I've confused myself with my own code, and that's that happens sometimes. So let's start putting in the content. Save the dashboard, you can close it, we don't need that. And what else? Dashy dash is here. Yeah. All right. Let's get into dashboard, the JS6 file of dashboard. So what do we have so far is our single product. Oh, right. So we created yesterday the single product, but today we also want to use the single product for our the sensitivity of the mouse. Wow. We also want to use it for the most viewed product. So let's do that. Ta-dun-dun-dun. And here we're gonna do it the same way as we did yesterday, that we're gonna pass it as a child. Here, remove the self-closing tag, add this. The image we're gonna change, and the alt tag is gonna be MacBook. No, what is this? iMac? Is it the iMac or is it the screen that they have? What's the name of the Apple screen? Apple screen. Apple Pro Display. There we go. Apple Pro Display. Display. That's the thing that I always like mistype. It's always pali. It's always dispali or something like that. It's never proper English. And in my first couple of PRs, I was always doing that, and my boss was like, Daniela, can you please install an extension for what's the name of it, for autocorrect? I was like, yes, boss, fine. Sorry about that. No, why? Oh shoot, I hate when that happens. So now my ESLint is stuck. Is it? Damn. Okay, wait a second. Let me restart. I'm gonna restart now my Visual Studio Code because it started lagging. That happens sometimes. Actually, that happens not that much with React. It happens sometimes with Vue, like way more often than before. But that's fine. Nothing we cannot fix. Where is it? Here's the screen. Let's open it. There we go. There we go. And there we go. We're back. Cool. Now if I save it, it's indents and ESLint doesn't have a problem. I actually have no idea why this keeps on happening. Maybe like the ESLint server is like overwhelmed with auto-saving and stuff. But whatever. So we have our most viewed product, Apple Pro Display. Karim says, hello, hey, what's up? How you doing? And the percentage is going to be what? 1.23. 1.23. The icon is going to be an eye. And is uptrend is not true. So we're going to remove this prop. And that's what I was telling you yesterday. Remember? If we open the single product, and we have here a flag, a boolean, I just call them flags, is uptrend, and we're checking in several places. If is uptrend is true, then pass this this class or pass another class, and we have several of those. So if that happens, then that's what it has. If we're passing is uptrend, then it's going to be considered true or false. But if we're not passing is uptrend, then it's going to be considered false or undefined, so not true. So passing is uptrend like this means that it's true. Not passing is uptrend like this means that it's undefined, so it's false. Are those female developer earrings? Why? Which ones? The ones that I'm wearing. Why female developer? Men can wear them too. So the amount is gonna be 8.357. And Apple Pro Display. Okay, let's import the image, which is gonna be Apple Pro Display. See, I always need to double check that I actually wrote it correct. Where is it? I would not be surprised if I called it iMac. I did. Was there another iMac here, or that's what I was referring to? Yeah, I was referring to this one. It's fine. So it's gonna be iMac in our case. Apple iMac. Hi, I wear one, but the classic circle of black. Have a nice stream, Daniela. Thanks. The classic circle of black one. Is it like the Is it like this one, you mean? Like this circle? Or like an actual circle, like as a nail. So Apple iMac, and here was iMac, right? iMac, and if we take this here and we save it, no, we broke it. Why is it broken now? Check the render method of icon. Hey Sasha, hello! How are you doing? How is your cat doing? Sasha just got the cutest kitty. So Apple iMac image. What's wrong? iMac. Assets. No, like the one you showed, dudes once. Okay. Check the render method of icon. Element type is invalid. Oh, wait a second. Is that because I was just like being like a smartass here and I told you what to do and then it's not correct? Okay. So let me check my theory here. If I'm gonna do an end, and oh, love that earrings. Thank you. I didn't know that the earrings are gonna attract so much attention. I mean, so much, but you know, for me it's a lot. But thank you. Sometimes it's actually heavy to wear them, but it's gonna be fine. Especially now with the masks. It's a mess out there. It's a mess. So I think if we're gonna do it like this, then it should not break. Still breaking? What? So React is JS looking like HTML. Yeah, exactly. It's called JS6, and it's just like the thing about React is that they have like special language sometimes. Like for example, if you want to like class name, right? It's not classes or class, it's class name, or anything that you have in HTML that is written with a dash in React is a camel case one, because I don't know, they cannot handle otherwise. But yeah, it is really much so. The only difference is that in React, in the component, you can use JavaScript like before this. So you would write here JavaScript stuff, which I think we still didn't. But yeah, it's very much HTML-like. Vue.js is even more so. And I actually think that Vue.js is way more beginner friendly. So if you can, if you have the choice and you're thinking about what to start with, then maybe Vue.js can be a better option because it's even more HTML-like, I guess. But yeah, but JS6 can be sometimes overwhelming. Harsh says, how do you keep calm working on the same code for this long? I need to work on this in the future, lol. Yeah, I know. But like, imagine you have a job and you're basically stuck with that code. Like, you don't have any option really, right? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Eventually, I guess that's the thing. Like, sometimes, like, you start coding because you enjoy coding and it's interesting and everything. But then coding becomes your craft and you start getting money for it and you start working and you start like doing that 8 hours a day, every week, every year. And yeah, I mean, it can become quite boring also depending on the task that you have. So I don't know, maybe that's why developers leave jobs very often. But to me, like, I cannot say that I'm like super excited about every project I'm doing, but I do like to kind of like see how something is being created from zero to at least something that is appealing to me. So yeah, and then burnout. Yeah, exactly. That's like that's a big topic in tech about the burnout. And I think also like this kind of like project that we need to do very fast, like fast, just like push it to production, just make it work, make the company money. And that never ends as well, you know, because as soon as you have like this deadline that you need to achieve, and then you get like funding probably, and then you get this, it doesn't stop there. You continue to further, and then it's like, okay, so you were able to do all of that, now push it again and push it again. And yeah, I had not a nice experience like that, and I would not recommend it. And since then I've been taking it very slow at work. It was at another job, not at the current one. And in the current one, I'm just like 8 hours and bye, you know. Of course, sometimes if I'm like in the zone and I want to do something, but not because of, I also don't have that big of deadlines there, so I guess that's why. So I can make that choice, but yeah, it's a topic, and I think many should be aware of it, that this can happen. And basically take your time off, take your PTOs, work can wait, sleep well, eat well, drink water, and just try and like take it step by step. Management is always going to push forward, and developers are always going to push backwards. That's just the story of our life, unless you find a very good manager. Then oh, thanks for the tips, Daniela. Angular is definitely more JS looking like, as far as I remember. Oh, so I never did Angular, actually. I even don't have any idea how Angular looks like. But I heard it's also pretty strict in terms of like structure. So I don't know. But I'm also hearing that, no, what was it about? No, I can't remember. There was some other framework that was compared to Angular in the structure of it, that it's kind of similar, but I cannot remember the name of it now. But yeah. Yeah, no, I cannot remember it. So yeah. And then we have errors with our icon. Check the render method of icon. So let me default that to false. Is that gonna help? Uptrend. What did I do? React is so much trending in Turkey. Oh, it's everywhere trending, I believe. I mean, anything that Facebook does is trending for some reason. I mean, don't get me wrong, like the framework is nice and everything, but I also feel for Vue. I feel like Vue is being very underrated. I don't know. But yeah, React is trending everywhere, and it's just kind of like, since the big tech is doing it, then everybody is going to be kind of like following without like questioning it much or checking if that's suiting their needs. But yeah, I also feel like there is a lot of things in React that we don't understand because the documentation sucks. Like there is this use memo, use callback, use whatever, and it's kind of like, yeah, here's how you use it. But they don't explain you why, and they don't say what's the benefit one over another, or they explain it in like 2 sentences, which don't make it. So I heard they're working on improving their documentation, but Vue also has much better documentation. I'm not hating on React. I actually kind of love React now that they have updated it to hooks, but I don't know. I mean, to any startup that you go, if you look at the job descriptions, it's everywhere React. And at work, we also use React. Like, I don't think anybody had any, how do you say it? any second thoughts about not using React for some reason. I don't know. I wasn't there for that decision to be made. I think it was much more before my time. But yeah, I really wonder how those things are made. But we have some people who are very, very like passionate about what Facebook is doing, what Dan Abramov is doing, and all this kind of stuff. And they're in a little bit higher positions. So I would assume that that's where that came from. Or at least that's the impression that I'm getting. But yeah. React is bringing us places, so I guess it's doing something right. But yeah, Angular I think is not that trendy anymore. Also, I mean, is it right? Because I think I've heard that Google is stopping like the support for Angular, so they're not gonna continue updating it. It's kind of like gone. Like you can still develop in it, but it's not gonna be anything new. So probably the jobs that have Angular is gonna be more about maintenance in Angular, and maybe eventually override it or like rewriting it to something else. But yeah, but I could imagine that React is like popular everywhere right now. Trying to understand where did I break, but I cannot see it. It's always like that, you know, like you break something, then you don't know what you broke. Is that why people use TypeScript? Maybe it's time, huh? I don't know. What do you think? JS frameworks come and go, right? I hope React stays consistent, lol. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gonna go anywhere in the nearest future. It's probably gonna be like updated and everything, but I don't know. I do hear it all the time that JS frameworks come and go, but I also feel that it's kind of like we are evolving, right? Every new framework that comes offers something new and something better, at least in the case of like, let's compare React with Angular, right? So I'm not really sure if like jQuery is still also alive, technically. So I don't know how long it's gonna take until that is like removed. I have amazing background music, by the way. Thank you. I actually found it from like a streamer on YouTube. His name is Stream Beats, and he created those playlists. And that one is nice because apparently you need to stream with like copyright-free music. So that one is also not that easy to find. Anurag says, I have average coding skills, but I'm good in ReactJS. Is it enough for getting a job in product-based company? I mean, so what I'm thinking about, what do you mean I'm good in ReactJS, but you have average coding skills? Do you know JS? Would you be able to, do you have some projects? Do you have a portfolio? I think as long as you're okay with kind of like understanding the basic concepts like loops, variables, declaring them, overriding them, maybe some array methods, what else, like functions, passing arguments, returning, async await, fetching data, displaying data, and the regular HTML and CSS stuff, then I think that can be a good start. Yeah. I also hear that, I mean, that also depends like on the job, right? So in eBay there is now like this program called Tech Trainee, and I've been like advertising for it on my Instagram for people to apply, and the requirements there are very, very, very entry level. It's for career changers and for people to kind of like, I don't know, get the first chance to start coding as a job. And there we have been getting like applicants, and the level is like, it's as it is, you know, it's like for very junior positions. And people need to know the basic stuff, I guess. Which reminds me that I have tomorrow my first interview with a candidate, and it's a little bit nerve-wracking for me, because I will need to decide about like the future of employment of a person. I mean, not I only, but I will have a say in it. That's all responsibility. So yeah. But it's really nice to see those candidates applying, because it kind of brings me back to my days when I was applying also as a career changer. So I'm glad to see that finally bigger companies are giving chance for career changers, and not searching for just like CS degrees or like 100 years of experience in something. So yeah. Oh, stream beats, noted, thanks. Sure. He has like several of them. There is like lo-fi, then he has like synthwave, hip hop, rock, and something else, I guess. But yeah, but I'm going usually for lo-fi or lo-fi. I don't know how you pronounce it. As you can see, I'm pretty bad with pronouncing, and I don't really care about that. So why the hell does this thing not working? If I comment it, is it gonna work? Yeah, it's gonna work. Well, nice. Okay, let's go. What if we... Did that change once we put our other image? Was that the issue? No, the image is not the issue. What? So, Apple Pro Display, amount, percentage, icon. Do we have an icon as an eye or not? Maybe that's what I'm missing. No. Oh, we don't have the eye. A, B, C, D, E. Icon. Icon. Sometimes I think I'm funny. There we go. Okay, cool. See, that's also another thing about React that I don't really like, is that their error handling sucks big time. Like in Vue.js, it would already tell you in which line, what thing, what broke, why, and suggesting you how to even fix it. In React, it's like, something broke, go fix it. You know, as a beginner, it's not friendly. Like, you really need to know some stuff in order to debug React stuff. Yeah. All right, so I think we can also bring back the is uptrend that I had here before. This stuff should be working. Yeah, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Cool. What I want to do now, so in this place, we're using here the green and the red of the Bootstrap theme, and I don't want that. I want to use like something else. And like something else, I mean our stuff. So for that, I was thinking to maybe like define, so we would have a class name that is a default, let's say for an uptrend, and if it's not an uptrend, then we can do like the end something, right? Anurag asks or says, suppose you are taking interviews 2+ year ReactJS developer, what do you want to look in a candidate? Well, I guess I will for sure look. So if you're talking about technical skills, I would, and if so at work right now I'm doing code reviews, right? And if I'm doing a code review of a person who has even 1 year of experience, or like 1.5, so around the years that you mentioned, I would in general, regardless of the tech stack, I would expect clean code, I would expect structure, and I would expect like good naming of variables, just neatly written code, you know, and probably some test coverage. Apart from like solving the issue and the solution being more on the pragmatic side, not overly complicated, something simple. Doesn't have to be like those fancy one-liners that are like making people not able to even read what it's doing, but it has to be neat, short, clean, nice, and well structured, well decoupled, clean code, as I said. And yeah, that's what I would be looking for. Because I think after like 2 years, you have already formed some habits, and you could show like coding just as coding. You can get to know that in a working environment quite fast. But habits like cleaning up things or making things understandable for the person that comes to code after you, structuring things well, making things make sense, is a little bit on the harder side, you know? Like they don't necessarily teach you anywhere, because especially as a beginner, all you want to do is just like get to coding, get to know it, get all the knowledge, and you just get a job, which is absolutely fine. But later on, once you're already on the job and you already like start coding as a habit, then they're like, you kind of get like used to those things, and your brain is able to focus on more things. And that's what I would expect you to focus on. So I assume that you meant that the candidate has 2+ years of React experience, right? Or is me as a person with more years of experience looking at? Let me know if I got your question right. So what I was saying here, let's do this default styling. So let me open the CSS. This one, I'm gonna put it here down as I usually do. Close it. Can you see it? Yeah, you can see it. Well, okay, I'm gonna keep the bar open, because then at least I know that that my head is not over the code. So, oh, where is it? I'm gonna make this smaller. Yeah, there we go. You see, it's kind of like nice here. It's like going. I hope you know what this means. You see, I'm telling you, like, the closer we get towards the end of the stream, the more I start talking with my hands. You're welcome. Sorry. So, what I was saying is uptrend. So let's maybe create a style for the percentage, right? With our percentage. And by default, so we have a variable that is called isUptrend. But what I'm thinking now is we have this isUptrend, which is an optional variable, right? It's going to be passed to us or maybe not. If it's not, then that's going to be kind of like the default state. But then I'm thinking that having the default state as red and failure is kind of sucky. But I guess that's what it is, right? So the color is going to be our var state. What did we have? Status? No. Success. Really, you're not gonna help me? What is our... this one. Status alert. Why did I go to success? Status alert. And then we want to use the single product percentage style in here. So look how we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it styles dot percentage. And we want to change some elements, some styles, not elements. Then in here, I'm gonna do is uptrend, and I can do styles dot uptrend. Uptrend. And in here, our uptrend is going to be color var status success. Yep. Save it. So nothing changed, which is good, which means that this works. You see that now our color, this color is a little bit different than this green, because it means that the thing is starting to work, which is fine, because then big thank you for clarifying that. Actually, currently I have 2-year experience in ReactJS and I want to switch in this month. If possible, suggest more. You mean to switch a job, right? I would suggest to really focus on more like those things rather than I mean, if you're a ReactJS developer, then of course would be nice if you know the latest React things, right? Like using hooks, creating your own custom hooks, and things like that, using the use effect properly and using like the right ways of hooks, basically, because I think there is a lot of logic goes into using the hooks and using them right. Also, there is like a lot of different ways how to write hooks and how to use them. So that's actually for the interviewers to not be too hard on people if they're using a different way of writing a hook than you're used to. Not gonna point fingers. No, I'm joking. There's nobody to point fingers at. But yeah, there's, as always with coding, it all depends, and there's always tons of different options how to do things. But I think if you can present clean code, nice code, and straight to the point, then I think that's gonna be kind of like, it shows that you understand what you're writing. At least to me, it creates the impression that kind of like you know what you're talking about, you know. So yeah, that's what I would do. Then, so we got the uptrend. Now what I'm thinking about is that here we also have a color that we're passing, and I'm thinking if we could, so I'm thinking if we're not gonna pass this color, then we're gonna have a color applied to it. For example, if we open our eye icon, then we have here a default color, which is then going to the fill. But what I'm wondering is that if we are going to tackle or like target this this fill from here, is that actually gonna work? Because I think that this might be more powerful, because it's like an inline definition, and I think the inline styling has a higher priority than a tag color. But let's try. So let's try it with the uptrend. If we do, can I do dot uptrend fill? Is that gonna work? I'm not sure. So now if I'm gonna remove it from the single product, so if I'm gonna remove this from here, yeah, that's not gonna work, see? Oh well, was worth the try. Oh wait, what if I'm gonna do uptrend fill and I'm gonna pass it as a class? What do you think? Is that gonna work? Because working with SVGs and with fields and then adding like on top of it React props is probably like, what am I doing? It's probably not what React was thinking about in the beginning, right? Styles dot. Did that work? No, that didn't work. If I comment this? Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Okay, screw this, it's fine. We're just gonna pass colors like dummies. That's okay. So let me take the values at least, so we can at least have the proper ones. And then guess that works. And no, it doesn't. So stats and trend, yeah. Oh, another thing that I said yesterday, that I don't have this icon as an uptrend, and that was also very silly because like when I was creating the icons, I was just like, okay, so you can just flip it. Why I didn't think of that? I don't know. So the icon is always gonna be a downtrend, always. But maybe the class of it is going to flip it. And now I need to write the syntax again. Wait a second. So like this, like this. So there is another actually library or like a package called class names package. Yeah, this one. I think I might install it soon because it's quite annoying. So what it does is that you can actually write class names together. Like you just prepend them with a function. You know what I mean? So you would just write, you would have class name and you would have like CX here. What was that? You would have CX here, and then here you would write the classes that you need with just a comma separator, which is much nicer than always need to like do this kind of like dance around this, I think. Can be also a personal preference, but I think like it can get confusing with all this like this curly bracket, then this backtick, then this curly bracket, then close it, then add a $sign, then also don't forget that you're in a string and okay. But then also on the other hand, if you want to add a string class, then you will still need to put a string, so it's always a guess. I think still 70% company using class components, no hook. Yeah, you think? Well, I also have like some experience in my company where we're using like things that are way older than even React or hooks or classes. But yeah, see, this is why I actually disliked React in the first place, because it has classes, and to me it was like the most confusing shit ever. Seriously, like the component did mount, component did unmount, the component received props, component will receive props, and then you need to compare the props and to see if that's your prop, and if it's not your prop, then don't do anything. I'm like, well, when you were adding the new class, I thought it would work. Yeah, I thought so too. But I think because it's the hash color is defined here and this goes as an inline styling, this overwrites it. So yeah, I think that's the case. Yeah, because we actually tried also with a specific class and that also didn't work. Wait a second. But I did it wrong, right? Because I did color. I need to do a fill. Did I do a fill? Did I? I don't think so. Uptrend, fill, and then this needs to be the fill. Did I do it like this? I already forgot. Wait, let me try here. Styles dot uptrend fill. Yeah, no, it didn't work. Maybe I did it, sorry. I already forgot. So our uptrend is also going to, what is our icon? So I want to flip this one. There she is. Hello, good evening. Hey, how are you doing? So, oh, building the inline class is possible, like outer div, inner div, target div, property. You mean if I write in the uptrend fill, the fill on top of that? But I tried that and that didn't work. I'm not sure you can actually bid it. Because you see, we actually... What is going on here? Wait a second. What is that? What is happening here? Wait a second. It's boring here in India. Oh. So what if we do the path as well? It did! It did work! Look at this! It did! Now, I mean, if you start defining the target class started by some outer divs in the existing div structure. Yeah! Kind of, right? Our issue was that it was filling only the SVG, so like the first thingy, and we had to define specifically, since we're inline style overwriting, we had to specify the path as well. Nice. Cool. So wait a second. If I remove the color, is that gonna still work? Yes, it did. Nice. Okay, now the uptrend fill, I need to like turn it around. So if I do dot uptrend fill and I do rotate, no, it's transform, rotate. I want to rotate it Y, no, yes, Y, 180 degrees, is that gonna work? No, that's not what I wanted. Let's play a game. What am I rotating here? Not like this. So is it 180 degrees but X? Yeah, it is, cool. Why is it X though? Oh, it rotates everything? No, I didn't want to rotate everything. Uptrend, yeah, whoopsie. So we need to do uptrend and styles.uptrend field. Yeah, nice. Okay, so now it's getting confusing because now I don't have the red color here. So I will need to kind of like define a default class and then override it with something. Let's see. Ooh, Anil Kumar Reddy G just subscribed. Thanks, Anil. So let's see. Now if you start defining, yeah, this I saw. Then Anurag is saying, can you take my interview? If you'll select me, then I can get job in Dream Company. Well, I'm not selecting the people. And did you apply? Because I have told everybody that they can apply. So the interviews has already started. So Okay, so we have here styles percentage, and then we have an uptrend. But we also need to have the default for this one, which is icon, I guess, right? Should we just do icon? So we're gonna have styles.icon. I just copied it up, and this is going to be .icon, and wait, why do I need two of them? So we have uptrend and we have uptrend fill. Yeah, okay, that's fine. What was that? Alert? Yeah, worked. Oh, you should reserve your super peer username for future mock interview mentorship opportunities if you haven't already. What do you mean? I'm actually a little bit apprehensive when somebody is going to mention that. So they ask you, where did you find this job offer? And people is going to say like JavaScript, and they'll be like, who the hell is JavaScript? Be like, it's me. Do you think Tarek is asking, do you think, oh my god, do you think TypeScript is needed for a React-based job? Not necessarily, because I'd ask for TS basics. I don't know TypeScript, so I think this is heavily depends if the company is using TypeScript, and also, yeah, if the company is using that, because I think I'm of an opinion that if you're not using that for work or for any project, then the knowledge is going to evaporate pretty fast, and you know, the industry is changing fast. So if you're not keeping up with it by yourself, then I guess the best way to keep up with things would be at work, because that's kind of like what you're being paid for. But yeah, I don't know TypeScript, and unless I would need to do it for work, I would not be knowing TypeScript, I guess. So that's my opinion. Hey Matt, how are you? Happy to see you here. We were talking so much about Vue earlier. I was just saying how awesome Vue is and how React was losing to it, at least in my opinion, especially when they just had only classes and Vue was just like very straightforward. So yeah. Rahul says, Rahul, I just subscribed and I liked your video. Thank you. One suggestion is that if you can increase your VS Code zoom level, it's very hard to watch on smartphone. Yeah, Rahul, I already had like this discussion, like we already did it as big as possible, I think, and I think now I'm streaming in HD, so it should be possible. Smartphone, yeah, I agree, probably like harder, but I usually try to like actually say what I'm typing, so it should be better. So maybe, I don't know. I'm also thinking about maybe changing the font to make it a little bit more prominent, because I feel like this font is too thin. So maybe that. Because like if I do it like this, I cannot code like that. It's just like too much in my face, you know. But I'll figure it out. So Anurag says, why you are not making ReactJS playlist? Which playlist? I do have a playlist. Every video of this that I'm doing, I'm saving it into a YouTube playlist, if that's what you mean. Wait, I think I missed something. Tarek says, I mean, it is something very dominating trend in the industry. Yes, it is for sure a dominating trend. But as with everything, just because something is there doesn't mean that it's needed to be used everywhere. So I don't know. I mean, that's kind of like also the thing of JavaScript, right? JavaScript is like it's a free child. It doesn't have any types. So putting like a TypeScript on top of it is like, it's a very philosophical question. No, I'm joking. But I think it's going to take a while until JavaScript is going to be fully merged together with TypeScript everywhere. I think some of us really like the living on the edge. So trend is upcoming for sure. And many people who do know TypeScript, they swear by it and they really love it and they cannot imagine even going back. I don't know if I would have the same opinion if I would know TypeScript. I'm not sure. Matt says, what about me? Vue is awesome. I still want to tackle React though. Would you want to do a Vue project in a future stream? Yes. I really would want to do that. I just don't know how many people are actually interested in that. Like I tried several times like to do like Vue stuff and people were like, boring, you know, like give us React. So I don't know if that's like, I still would like to encourage people to know Vue, and I think especially for beginners, it's much more nicer to start with Vue rather than with like crazy React stuff. But then again, like if the industry is like for employment you need ReactJS, then I can understand why people would not choose to go with portfolio of Vue.js. Although I would argue that JavaScript is JavaScript, and if you know React or Vue.js, you are still eligible for the job. Like in my first job, I was learning ReactJS. They were teaching us that in the bootcamp, and in the job we were using Vue.js. It was alright to transition. It was not too hard. Rajdeep is saying, what's your views on GitHub Copilot? I'm interested in popcorn as well. Good. Maybe I should also arrange some popcorn next time. Although that's probably going to be bad for the mic. So what's my view on GitHub Copilot? I think it's pretty, I didn't try it, but from what I've seen, I think it's nice because I think after some years of coding, you start being lazy with typing and you're getting annoyed by typing the same stuff again and again. So yeah, if somebody can auto-complete my commands and just like write something, why not? The logic still stays within the core of the human who is programming it, so it's okay. Great. I need to understand coercion, lol. I think Vue will grow a lot in the market. It has already started to pick up in jobs in the UK at least. Oh, really? Wow, that's nice. That's really nice. I think like a lot of indie businesses, they're choosing Vue.js to kind of like screw you React, screw you Facebook, which is like nice, I guess. Also, there is the Vue.js 3, which I still didn't try, and people say that it's really nice, especially with the, I think it's called the composition API that they have. But yeah, usually when I use Vue, I use Nuxt.js as well together with them, which I think is massive. And again, like Vue.js documentation is bomb. Like everything is so freaking easy, so understandable, all the examples in the world that you need, and it's just there. So yeah. It would be great if you can do some interview preparation videos, just as a thought. To be honest, I could use some information about that myself. I need to also get prepared for tomorrow before I start interviewing the candidate, because it has been a while since I did some interviews myself. So I need to really read some stuff and know what to... So, while I have you here, what would be something that you would not want to be asked at an interview? Because I don't want to like, I don't know. I'm trying not to ask stupid questions that are not going to give me anything knowledgeable about the candidate or about their journey or about the code. So let me know what would be like something that you wouldn't want to hear in an interview, you know. I'm still on Vue 2, but looking to go to Vue 3 after our milestone. Oh, nice. Is that like, do you plan like a full migration to Vue 3? Because that would be cool. I'm looking forward for the event listeners and the event handlers not to be such a hell. Quasar is amazing. So if you're looking to do a Vue project, consider Quasar too. What's that? Is that Quasar.js? Quasar framework. Oh, there you go. Developer-oriented front-end framework with Vue.js components. Ralph Janssen, thank you for subscribing. What is Quasar? For web, Android, iOS, Mac, and Windows. Wow. Effortlessly build high performance and high quality Vue.js 3 interface in record times. Oh, thanks for the tip. I haven't heard of that ever. That looks pretty impressive. Interesting. Anything recursive. Yeah. Dana, just one question. eBay was founded in 1995, but still not a big or popular tech company. Why so? I think that actually eBay is one of those companies that is really focusing on kind of like users and employees. Before going there, I was quite like apprehensive because I had like not a nice experience in a bigger corporation, and I was kind of like having the idea that all corporations are the same because, like, you know, it's like the bigger the business, the less they care about humans and everything. But for my surprise, that's really not the case in eBay, and that's like they really appreciate culture, and they really appreciate like you can take time off, mental health is important, and you know, they give a lot of so for people with families, to colleagues, they give a lot of like benefits and everything. So I think like it was never, they're still very dominant in the market, but they were never kind of like, oh, we have to be the giants and we have to be the first in everything and we have to like cut throats of people and everything. So I guess that's why they're not like this this kind of type of corporation, you know. Why shouldn't we hire you? Why? That's actually a good one. That's the trickiest one. Full migration to Vue 3, but still considering it. Quasar dev, yeah. JS is JS in every device, right? Yeah, but you don't have, I mean, right now, if you want to develop a native app, then you would most likely need to do React or React Native and do things like that. And from what I see here, maybe Quasar is just like for everything, right? So you can develop like the apps also with the same kind of like code base, which would be nice. It's basically the material UI of React to Vue. The material UI of React to Vue. No, that sentence puzzles me. But yeah, it looks pretty nice. Looks like they have a big documentation there. Cool. What else? What other interview questions you don't want to ask? But that is a good thing. Why still is not evolving? I think you have a wrong impression about eBay. eBay is pretty evolving, and it has like a very, very good profits. And if you check their stocks, they have been raising quite a lot recently. So I wouldn't say so. I'm just saying that maybe they're just not hitting the news in the wrong places for the wrong reasons. Like Blizzard, for example, which is not like a tech giant, but you know what I mean. Okay, so we got our Downtrend and uptrend. It looks quite messy though, I'm not really happy with it. This kind of like, I don't know. So I have the icon. I have so maybe this shouldn't be called percentage, this should be called something else. Maybe let's just call it text. Is that our only text? No, that's not our only text. Let's just call it trend then, right? Because then we have trend and we have an uptrend. And here we're gonna have, no, what was it before? It was percentage trend. There we go. Save. Okay. So it's a framework like Material UI for React, but Casar is for Vue. Sorry, I wrote that first attempt to no worries. Oh, okay, wait, so I thought that it's actually like replacing everything. I had the wrong impression of it then. I thought that it's like React Native that is doing like 4 platforms everywhere. I have a question. How much of data structure and algorithms is really needed for a front-end job? Some say you just go for the basics and some say you should go as deep as graphs. Yeah, that's a very good question. Personally, in my experience, I never had to do anything of like those crazy algorithms that, for example, Amazon has, or Google has, or anybody else, and like those kind of like, you have 7 tickets and you want to, every ticket costs differently and you want to be able to buy the most, like the cheapest combination, but only on a Sunday when the ticket is sold on a, this kind of stuff, you know? Never used it, never had any need to use it. Maybe it's just like my line of work, but I personally really don't understand why somebody would ask that from a front-end developer. I understand loops. I understand like those mini kind of like algorithms, I guess. It's not really algorithms, right? It's just like a way of processing data. Like you have a loop, you want to filter out something, then you want to display only X or you want to display only Y, and then over that you can iterate and maybe extend the object and this kind of things. Absolutely. But when it comes to actual algorithms, it's front end. Like, where are you using that? I don't know. I worked in a streaming company. I work now in eBay. I work, like, I also had like freelancing clients, and nowhere have I used that. Like the toughest thing that I have ever done was like a calculation that I did at work once, for like rate calculating. There was like a lot of credit involved and stuff. And then another one in my previous job where I had to really adapt the data that I was getting from the API. I had to adapt it to the front end. But none of those, in my opinion, is algorithm stuff that everybody's telling you about. But I guess that also depends on the location where you're applying. I have the feeling that it's very common in the US to require algorithms at an interview. So that's why people do like lead code and stuff. I don't. It is, but working, wait. Oh yeah, so graphs also, it's also pretty specific, right? Because if you're working, I think Harsh was asking it yesterday also about the 3JS. If you're working in a company that is based on selling products around graphics, not graphics, graphs, and that was Russian, graphic, about selling those things or maybe illustrating that to the customers that they have, or maybe like some admin panels, right? Then that makes sense to learn that. But if you're working in a company that is just like, I don't know, doing landing pages, then there is absolutely no need to do that. So I would say that as long as you know JavaScript and you know how to read documentation and kind of like understand and get yourself through frustration of not knowing things, knowing how to Google, you're gonna be fine with any framework that comes your way. That's my personal opinion. And yeah, you should know array methods, you should know like loops and how to deal with them, kind of like the nitty gritty of it, data types and all of that. But beyond that, as a beginner, no. Matt says it is, but working with Vue only. The next step for my project is actually building the app version of the system. Ooh, and what are you gonna, so you're gonna be using this thing to build the app version as well. Is it also for, it's both for iOS and Android, right? Whoa, my brain feels burnt. What kind of prompt is that? I think I don't understand. Tarek says, that's the stuff of the miserable people in the back. Yeah. I mean, kind of, right? I mean, even the backend, sometimes it really depends which backend you're doing, but because, I don't know. Sometimes it's just about displaying the data and just like structuring it right. Depends on the business a lot. I see that you can find anything there given, so algorithms equal Stack Overflow. Yeah. I see that you can find anything there given you go through the code and understand how it works. Exactly. And I think that's the main point, is like you can do copy paste all day long and that's absolutely fine. But I feel like the real value is actually solving the problem, right? Nobody is paying you to create the wheel, right? You don't need to reinvent the wheel, but you need to make this wheel work with the machine that you have. And I think that's the value of developers. That's the value of people who code, to solve the solution, to bring the solution, to solve the issue that you have. And in case of bugs, you are going to be the person who is going to need to debug it. So you have to understand what you wrote there. You don't need to write it yourself. You can copy it, but you still need to understand how it works, right? Here in India, DSA is a must. Very rarely will front-end skills solely get you a job. Don't understand why though. Yeah. Luckily, that's not the case in Berlin. In Berlin, at least like 2 years ago, it was everybody were doing a React shop. And I was like, can you please do us like a quick React shop? And I was like, what is it gonna tell you about my skills? Like probably I can like copy this React shop already somewhere else. That's why I actually liked the coding challenge that I was having, which was about getting data, displaying data to the browser, and just like doing some edge cases things, you know, which is part of my daily job. But Dana, if I need to search something, anyone would Google it or DuckDuckGo. Anybody wants to buy something online, people naturally go to Amazon. My point, why not eBay? Oh, but I think it's different. Like eBay is more focused on like secondhand things, and Amazon is not that much in secondhand, right? I also think that it depends on the market. I also don't really use eBay, but my colleagues do, and it looks like in Germany it's very popular. Also, when I was living in Ukraine, eBay was very popular because that was one of like the only outlets that you had in order to buy something not within the country. So that was also a thing. Where is the loophole? I don't know. Well, that's a load off my chest. I struggled with graphs. Yeah. I mean, I would just think that you need to like just go with JavaScript, go with understanding array methods and everything, and that's gonna be fine. Yeah. So I meant the to-do thing you said about 7 tickets with different prices. Lol, that's as much as I remember. I remember saying something like that, right? 7 tickets with different prices. What was that about? Wait, what did you refer to before? What was it? What kind of prompt is that? eBay and Amazon don't have the same business model. Yep, exactly. And also, I don't know about Amazon, but eBay owes a lot of smaller companies, so their value also grows from there. But yeah, it's very different. So what else? Do we have any other opinions about the what not to ask? Still wanna interview questions for algo. Yeah. You know, it was like, I remember my very, very first interview where I wasn't ready, absolutely not, for any interviews. I just started, I just did like a couple of courses online. And then somebody approached me on LinkedIn, which is like the loophole of all the recruiters to approach you everywhere and just like tell you that you're ready for all the jobs in the world, which you don't, which you're not. And there was this person he was not a recruiter, he was actually working in a company, and he was like, hey, I found your profile. Would you like to come for an interview? We're looking like for internships. I was like, fuck yeah, sure, I'm gonna be there. So I went there. And he was even asking me like something like so simple, and I couldn't even do that. And that's where I understood, like, you gotta go back, girl, and you gotta really, really learn hard, study hard. So he was asking me, he gave me basically like an array with numbers, and he asked me to give him only the even numbers. And I couldn't even do that. So that was my first interview. And kind of like putting me back to reality that I don't know shit yet. I don't know, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Yeah, like I don't, like what does this question answers us, right? Like I remember when people were asking me this, I'm like, I don't know, just give me the job and I'll see then. Like I have no idea. I don't even know where I'm gonna be living in like 10 years. How can I answer what I'm gonna be in 10 years? JS engine execution details that hard be very hard and tricky. Yeah. But that's the thing, like, it's gonna be very, very junior candidates. I'm not gonna ask them tricky questions. Like, I don't have the meaning to kind of like trick people, you know? I don't feel that's fair. I mean, I get it that it's a competitive environment, right? It's an interview. Like, I'm not gonna hire everybody. And also, I'm not deciding who to hire. But yeah, I need to like make conclusions. But I would do the conclusions through seeing a potential, understanding how people are talking about their motivation behind coding. Or because at this point where you don't have much knowledge of coding, you're really striving off of motivation and desire to learn, right? So I guess that's what I'm going to be looking for. In India, competition is tough because even for a single position, there are thousands of computer engineers. So best test them that they have been taught in graduation. DSA. What is DSA? Everybody keeps on saying DSA. Now, even hackathons are getting popular to churn out the cream. To churn out the cream. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that there is no competition here around, right? But it's just that I think we have also a lot of companies, at least in Berlin. I wouldn't say that it's like easy peasy to get a job, but I also wouldn't say that the industry is struggling to find developers. I would even say that there's probably a shortage of developers with all the startups that are opening here. It's more about, there is for sure a shortage in seniority levels, in senior positions, because there are because there are many startups, there are also many boot camps, there are also many junior developers. But if you're just starting out in a startup and maybe you have like the funds only for like two developers, then chances are you're not gonna hire a junior for that. Because you want to do fast, you need to go to this round of funding. So, data structure and algorithms, DCA. Oh, okay. But I mean, look, if you have been learning that in the university, that's different, right? I'm talking about people who come from boot camps and people who are career changers and people who are not doing computer science degrees. I would assume you're being taught that in computer science degrees, but I don't know. I applied for a junior job and got asked about the task queue and micro task queue and the execution context and the environments. Wow. That's the only interview I had. I threw the towel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is something that a junior should be asked, in my personal opinion. Like, in my junior coding interviews, I was asked mostly about scoping. So, oh, I just got scared. Thanks, Alexandra, for subscribing. I need to like calm down this cat a little bit because it's like okay. So I was being asked mostly, of course there were crazy ones who were asking me crazy stuff, and I'm not gonna go there, but the normal ones that I consider normals, they were asking me about variables. They were asking me about redeclaration of variables, scoping of variables. This keyword was being also in an interview. Yeah, something like that. And actually, I know that some companies, they don't even do coding interviews because they're just like, they check your portfolio, they see your CV, they invite you for an interview, and it's just like an easygoing thing, you know? Because also, like in Germany, you have how do you call it? Probezeit. This a probation period. So in case that the candidate or the job, like if there's really like a massive misalignment there, then it's no biggie. Like you can just like say bye, you know? I know that it's like a lot of resources have been spent because you need to search for a candidate and to find a candidate. But I don't know. Thanks for giving me hope, especially now since I feel so hopeless. Oh, but don't get discouraged. Like this is absolutely normal. It's just like, you know, it's just a matter of luck. Maybe like your first interview was one of your toughest, and then maybe the other ones you're gonna find better companies who are more appropriate for juniors. Because there is also like this shady thing going on in the industry that people are trying like to get juniors, but they expect them to be like a whole IT department and also for the cheapest amount of money. So sometimes, and most likely, like this experience was not about you. It was more about the company not understanding what a junior is. So don't be too harsh on yourself. But what you could do, you could analyze like that company, their job offer, or not the job offer, like the job description, to see for yourself where were those like indicators that maybe could have led you to understand that this company is not right or something like that, you know? Maybe that can be helpful. Oh yeah, it's fine. I'm thinking what else I can ask a candidate. And I think I would be probably asking more like, so I will for sure be asking like about the coding challenge that they coded, but also probably some, yeah, just about their journey, I guess. And then the conversation is gonna flow, just like on stream, you know? You start with one thing, you get to another thing, and then you start seeing like what other questions you can ask and so on and so forth. I guess like that. I don't know, we'll see. But I have like 3 interviews scheduled for this week. So I guess the first one is always gonna be a flop. But I'm interviewing together with one of the head of our department, so I guess he's gonna lead the interview more. It said an entry job, so I thought I would have a chance. Yeah, but that's fine. Like, they can say whatever they want, you know? That doesn't mean that that's what they mean. Some people are very demanding for entry-level jobs. We don't let her code, but it's also, but it's about also discussion, feedback, brainstorming, right? Yeah, exactly. So I can tell you 2 experiences that I remember about also interviewing. One is mine and one is not mine. The one that is not mine, the person got an internship, which was like very, very basic paid, you know, like nothing sophisticated. And the person goes to the company And the first thing that they see there, well, first of all, like they were told to come in the morning, and most of the colleagues came like after lunch, so that was already weird. And then the boss presented himself as like, hello, I'm like an ex-Googler or like an ex-Microsoftware, and I'm like, fuck off, like I don't care about those things. And then like the person that I know, they were given a task, like they were given on their first day as a junior developer, they were given all the code and were told to create a new application in Electron, which they were not hired for, and to do it within like 4 hours. And like that's it, you know, just like that, threw it at them. They were sitting there, and the boss was sitting in front of them, and they're like, oh, it should have been done by now, you know. I was just like, who are those people who are doing that? Like, this is just like, no, that's not how you do things. Like, what the hell? So needless to say, that person quit the next day, because that's just like toxic environment, and there is like absolutely no, the people who were working there, who were given this kind of tasks, yeah, no. That's what I meant by people who are hiring junior for senior tasks, because they just don't want to pay them more, and they just don't want to hire like senior developers who would do the task properly, but they rather hire and stress out a junior for like pennies. And then I had another experience myself with a company that it was like, what were they doing? They were like online dating blockchain. Yeah, that was like, alrighty, tell me more. So I actually, did I already uploaded a video about that? I think I did, yeah. It was, so like the first interview was with the HR, it was fine. Although it was kind of like weird a little bit, because she was always telling me about how excited she is to go to Burning Man and that the whole company goes there. And I'm like, okay. And then everybody were happy with each other, and we continued to the next round of interviews. So there was scheduled like a call, and it was like an actual call before like video conferencing was a thing. I mean, it was not that far in the past, but it's just like, I think now it's more a thing with Zooms. But anyway, the engineer was at that time in New York, so that's why he called me. The phone is ringing, and then he was like asking me about, I guess, about normal things. Like he was asking me what is best practices, and I was trying to explain what it is. And then he was asking me, he asked me something very specific in React that I don't remember what it was, but I couldn't answer. And then he was like, okay, let's look at your code. And I was like, I'm on the phone. Like how, I was like, okay, I can open my code. Like, how are you gonna see it? And he was like, oh, so you're not gonna share your screen? I'm like, dude, it's a phone. Like, what are you talking about? And probably he was calling maybe from Skype or something, but I was like, at the end, like we ended the interview, and he was like, actually, next time, you better call with a video. And I was like, actually, next time you better tell your HR to call and to schedule that call with a video, or yourself. Like, how was I supposed to know that? Like, I don't know how you conduct interviews. So yeah, that's also another thing that they kind of like blame it on you. You can ask the difference between undeclared and undefined variables, the null and undefined. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a nice one. My first interview was meant to be and phrased to be a discussion interview. And I entered the interview, and first thing they said was, okay, here is a list of tasks. Please share your screen and code the solution. Oh, shit. Yeah, like, why would you do that? Like, at least prepare the people. At least tell them, like, mentally what they're gonna be doing. Like, I feel some people, they're so, like, they're in the wrong positions to interview others, because they just, like, feel like this power, and they start abusing it in a way, you know, kind of like, I'm gonna show this sucker what I am. You know, just, like, just, why are you like this? Why you can just not be, like, why can't you just be, like, a normal person without, like, this kind of crap? I don't know. People are very weird. But also on the other hand, if the company is actually putting those people up front to actually interview candidates, then if that's the creme de la creme, then maybe I don't want to know the others, you know? So yeah, interviewing is hard. It's really tough. They could have sent an email that has those info for the interview, like please be in front of your computer, prepare. Yeah, exactly. But there was nothing like that. It was just, I think it was on LinkedIn. She just said that the person is going to call me. And I was like, okay, fine. And there was like an actual phone number called. So. And so then once I said like, oh, well, you better tell your HR to do that or yourself to organize it. He was like, oh, I thought this was clear. I was like, nope, it's not. Especially like as a beginner, like I don't know, you know. Oh, yeah. Trying to think about which other. I was recently thinking about companies that are not asking, not having an interview with you. Hi, David. What's up? Where are you? So I don't really, I'm not sure what I feel about companies that don't do interviews before they send the coding challenge. So it feels like, would you spend the time on a coding challenge before you even know about the company, what they're doing? You know? But that didn't happen. I did terribly. So to all junior devs trying to get a first job, you're not alone. You will land that job perfect for you and your growth. 100% agree. So don't get discouraged. It's really just not the right thing. And for the better, for sure. And there are plenty of jobs out there. Yes, it's going to take some time. Yes, it's going to take some interviews, but you'll get there. Just be persistent, be secure in your knowledge, continue learning, continue practicing. You'll get there, for sure. Sorry, but I have one more question. Don't worry. Is atomic design a good practice to get in the habit of if you want a job? Wait, I always like, I'm so bad with those like terms. What's atomic design? Let's Google that. Let's go with React. Is a methodology for creating design systems. There are 5 distinct levels in atomic design: atoms, molecules, organisms. Oh, so is it like the decoupling for like components? At math, thanks man. Yay! So items and yeah, I would say so. I think this is, I didn't know that. I mean, I heard of that. Like, seriously, that's why probably I should not be interviewing, because I suck at those things, you know? It's like, you give me like a term and I'm like, what was that? Like, oh yeah. I don't know what's going on in my head. But, yes, it's a design term for component-like logic. Yeah, cool. That's what I try to achieve in my projects as well. Components should be as small as possible, do the least as possible as they can for their own thing, and then kind of like compiled, as they say here, in organisms, templates and pages. Absolutely. I think that's a very good thing. And I think that with React, you can really achieve those things pretty neatly. So yeah. For sure. So what you have there? Components, buttons, delete. Oh, even like that. It's hard to keep up with all the terms these days. Yeah, for sure. That's why, like, sometimes I talk to my partner. I'm telling him about like the stuff that I see at work, and I'm like, sometimes I'm looking at the seniors and I'm just like, oh fuck, they know so much. Like they're throwing around all these like fancy terms and I know nothing about it. It's like waves of self-doubt, you know? And then it's like you're being offered a promotion, you start doubting it because like those people, they know that, but what you don't know. But then it's like, but I also bring a lot of value to the table, which might be different, or I might not be shouting about it, but it's just like, that's my daily struggle, just so you know. But it's completely normal for a dev to not be familiar with it. Yeah, but it's kind of like, it's a design system, right? Which we, like a design system can also be a dev system. It's not just like for designers. But I don't know, I feel like it just doesn't come naturally to me to learn all those terms. I don't use them daily. Maybe if I would be like in a conference or something, or I don't know if I'm doing to you a disservice that I don't know those terms and I'm just like talking about things without naming them. I don't know if that's confusing to you. I was also thinking about that, but I don't know. Like I remember in one of the first videos that I recorded, I'm even like confusing explicit and implicit returns. But that's basic English, right? This is just like me confusing terms. But I've been always like that. And that's why I like this explanation with hands and everything, because it's just so much more simple. I'm thinking if we should go for another component things or not. I'm personally scared that I'd end up a burden to a team and make me avoid applying to jobs. Oh, crazy design systems like material includes code, right? Yeah. So let's address you'll be the hated one, full metal jacket style. So I'm personally scared that I'd end up a burden to a team and make me avoid applying to jobs. Yeah, I completely understand that as a beginner. This is like the idea that we have. But I tend to say that if you don't lie on your CV, you don't lie during the interview, you're being open and transparent about your skills, about your experience, about the things that you bring to the table, and you show the projects, you show your code skills. Sure, maybe not everything is 100% coded by you, you had like some copy paste here and there, but the core of it is yours, you know, and you created it, you worked on it, you typed it. Then the company knows who they're hiring, you know. And I know, for example, that when I was hired by eBay, I was kind of like unofficially assigned a mentor, and I was having this talk with my boss asking like, oh, I was also kind of like saying like, oh, I don't want to distract my colleague, because I didn't know that he's my mentor. I thought that he's just my colleague, but he was helping me a lot. So I didn't know that there is like this relationship attached. So I was telling to my boss, I was like, oh yeah, but I don't want to like over ask him something, or, you know, like disturb him at his job, because I feel like I'm asking a lot of questions and all of that. But my boss said that no, don't think like that, because like before hiring, like not a senior, because I'm not a senior, I'm not hired there as a senior, there was a talk with the person and with the team if we can take a person of like with less of experience, so potentially somebody who would need a little bit more training, you know, or a little bit more of explanations, or basically a little bit more time. And everybody agreed that yes, they totally can do that. So I think I don't know if that's what's happening in most of the companies, but like people read your CV, people know your skills. So as an experienced developer who you're going to work with, they would know what to do, you know. Matt's saying, sorry, but I'm going to have to head off. Cool stream again. Dana, bye all. Bye. Thanks for joining. So yeah, I think That's a nice one. I got distracted for a second there. What was it saying? Yeah, so companies are most likely aware of the skill set and everything. And if they're not, then you will know about it during the interview. You will feel it that they did their due diligence and checked your CV or saw what you can afford in terms of like knowledge to propose. So yeah, I don't think you need to think about it this way. Or I know it's still hard to think about it in a different way, but try not to go that way. Try to be like, juniors can offer a lot to companies in terms of like, usually juniors know the newest hot shit, you know, the React hooks maybe, or some interesting new frameworks or libraries. And juniors usually also bring a new kind of like point of view on code and how to do things. So yeah, there might not be a lot of like working experience behind a junior, but there is still a lot to learn from a junior, you know? So it's kind of like, that's the beauty of it, that it's not only the people who are senior or of a senior level that can bring value. And I know it might be hard to kind of like imagine that, but it is there. So in the category question, I don't want to be asked, is JS a compiler or yeah, no, I would not ask that. I think I've seen you first in an Insta live with Julia Masaska, right, Daniela? Yep, correct. I was with Julia there. A really nice live. Sadly, it didn't get saved, but it was fun. We were thinking about maybe doing another one. She's a really nice gal. I think is fair to ask a junior is, what is asynchronous code? Yeah, I think that's a good one. I agree. What is asynchronous? Maybe what's an API? Oh, you know what I was asked? So my boss was actually interviewing me, and he had like some small questions to ask me before the technical interview. He was like, and that's kind of like his vibe, you know, I really like him. He's like, so imagine I'm stupid and I don't know anything. And he's like really like this upbeat person. And he's like, tell me, what is a cookie? You know, so I was like, okay, a cookie is this and this and this and that. He was like, all right, tell me what is a promise? And I explained it as well. And then it was like, okay, now how does like browsers and web pages actually work? Like how does it, how, you know, how does the browser, if I give it like google.com, how does it know what to show me? And I was like, honestly, I know that there's like servers and stuff involved, but I have no idea. So that I remember well. Then there was a colleague present in the call and he explained. But still, you know, I do have a working experience. I do work with browsers every day. I work with like frameworks and everything. And I am good in JavaScript. But if you would ask me this again, I would still not be able to like tell you the nitty-gritty about it. Like, yeah, I get the concept, but do you really need to know that? So yeah, that was like a fun question. Maybe I can ask that in the interview as well. What's a cookie and what's a promise? During like this asynchronous code explanation. Julia is great. That's good news. Yay. Yeah, Julia is really awesome. She has now also her new course that she launched. And she is always sharing a lot of like cool stuff about design. Really, really nice. I'm also learning a lot from her. So asynchronous code. I could ask, what is a REST API? Oh, you know what? I remember also in one of the first interviews, I don't remember who told me that, but I have the feeling that my teacher in my bootcamp mentioned it once, or maybe I saw it somewhere. So I was asked, what is an API? And I said like, oh, there are two types of APIs. And they're like, there were like two guys, they were like writing down stuff. And once I said there are two types of APIs, they were like, what types? And I was like, well, you know, there's like REST and then there is another one. And they're like, oh yeah, which another one? And I was like, I don't remember, but there is another one, right? Like the opposite of REST. And I was like, I don't know, maybe I already knew about GraphQL, but I don't think I did. But yeah, there was like REST and that other API. So yeah, I didn't get that job. But yeah, it was always interesting to see the different questions that you're being asked. I was once interviewing for a very big company here in Berlin. And it was kind of like the attitude as if we are the giants of the industry. You're going to be thankful for even having the opportunity to be interviewing with us. That didn't go well. Didn't like the vibe. But the coding challenge, it was actually live right there on the spot, which I didn't like. I don't like doing that. But I did it. It was about like you had a string and you had to verify if it's an IP address or not. So you had to do like a loop. You had to, how do you say that? To split, to check that it's a number, that it doesn't have letters, that it has like a certain amount of numbers and so on and so forth. So it's like this for a coding challenge I can understand. You know, it's like very simple. It's nothing like, so that's the thing. You can ask the difference between REST and GraphQL. You just ask if there's a delay. Yeah, there is sometimes a delay. I was reading like about the stream properties that should be set for optimal streaming. Not a pro here, but I was doing like what the big guys are saying, or the big gals, and they suggested to have like a couple of seconds of delay. So lol, front-end dev job terms: REST, Webpack, Gulp, GraphQL. Scary to me. Yeah, that's also another thing. Like Webpack and Gulp, many people say that you must know them. I mean, you have documentation there, right? Why do I need to like know everything? If I go for a company like that, I would rather not work there. Yeah, I have enough stress in my life. Yes, exactly. You know, but I think like with this type of companies, it's kind of like they kind of like overtake your whole life, and that's not work. Is business relationship, and it's work, and it's only 8 hours a day only. Like it's still a lot, but it's 8 hours a day. You still have how many is left? 16 hours left, right, to do all the other stuff in your life. So yeah, I also don't like this attitude of like very entitlement of like you should be thankful for like, dude, I'm giving you my time. Thankful for what? You should be thankful. No, not gonna go there. But yeah, it's funny when some people do that. Oh, I had also like, let me tell you one more story. I had also one interview in a very, 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 very huge consultancy company, which again, me being me, I didn't even know that they're huge. You know, I was just like, I was just approached by a recruiter and I was telling her what I want. I actually have another video coming about that because that was like a very stupid experience with a recruiter, with several of them. But anyway, I'm thinking maybe to publish it on Sunday. So there was this huge consultancy company, which I didn't even know that they were huge, whatever. And the first thing that they asked was like the salary expectations and everything, and I put like the salary expectations. They were like, yeah, okay, we could match that. And I was like, fine. So before even like knowing the candidate, they want the salary expectations, which I guess is fair, right? Not to waste anybody's time. And then they didn't want to meet me, but they want me to record videos of myself answering questions. Like, how unnatural is that? Why would you do that? And I was like, I really felt bad about doing that. I didn't want somebody to have my video of answering to a question. But again, the recruiter was very pushy, and I was kind of like, fine, whatever. Maybe that's like the new standard in the industry. I don't know. So anyway, I recorded those videos half-assed. I didn't really pay like too much attention to it, or didn't like invest too much effort in it, you know. And then they were like, oh, they were so happy with you. And I was like, okay, fine. So then they were like, okay, we're gonna invite you to the office. And I was like, okay, fine. So I go into the office, and you know, you think that you're gonna meet people there, right? But no, I was just being brought. I was brought to like a glass room where you would sit, and then the person who brought me in, like the assistant, I guess, she turns on a massive TV, and I was like, why the hell am I here? Why I could not do that from the comfort of my own home? Anyway, turns on this guy, and he's like the head of the head, you know, and he's like starting to talk about himself, doesn't even look to the camera, doesn't even look at me or anything. He's just like this, like talking about how awesome he is. He is like the first ever person to work with the AI. Dude is like maximum 25, you know, so definitely not the first one. And all about how awesome he is, how blah 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 blah. And again, you know, kind of like this vibe of like, you should be grateful that you even have this opportunity to be talking with me. Anyway, front-end web dev, me, right? I'm being asked about algorithms in Spotify and machine learning. Not coding, not anything, just like rhetoric questions, like talking about it and everything. And I was just like, okay, fine. I suggested several solutions, which he was like, no. And I was like, okay, fine. And then eventually he gives me his solution, and that was kind of what I said in one of the first solutions. So I was like, fine, whatever. And then he's like, how about we go to the next phase? I was like, you know what? No, that's not gonna work, because that's just like too weird. I stood up and left because that was just too much. Later on, now I know from like to who I said no. That's a huge consultancy company, but really don't give a shit. Like, if it's not vibing, it's not vibing. And if you're gonna spend there so much time, then like you definitely want to vibe with the people, you know. So that was kind of crappy. So let's see. If you configure the full environment with Webpack, then you're almost a god. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I agree. Oh my God, Danielle, I just remembered the conversation I asked in an interview. I go, is there a frequent overtime situation in your company? Interviewer, why? Do you do freelance? What? I said, no, I just wanted to know how much time there's going to be left to live. Oh, wow. Shit. Yeah, I was once having like in a contract, like overtime is expected up to 19 hours or like 20 hours, and after that up to that, like, it's not paid. And I was like, so how much overtime is there like on a regular basis? And they're like, oh, why are you asking? And I was like, well, why are you putting this in the contract then? Awkward goes up 1,000% at that moment. Yeah. Oh my God, that could have been done over Zoom or Skype. You should have flipped the table. I did want to do that. Like, I was so freaking mad. I was so mad. Like, seriously. Interview and harassment hub. Yeah, I don't know if that was like, kind of, I guess, right? Doesn't have to be like sexual harassment, but it's just like mental harassment, I guess. But man, people are wild out there. People are just wild. Like, things that they're asking, and just like, as I said, like, some people in positions of interviews, they're just there to kind of like prove something to somebody, you know, like, you're here just to get a job. No, they need to do it about make it about themselves. But yeah, but then again, you know, like, if those people are also in a position of power, like that guy from the consultancy company, like the head of the head of the head, I would really not want to be in his team, to say the least. because that's really, really, really crappy. I don't know. And then also, I actually checked like the website later on and checked like they have hackathons and like they're like cool ones and everything, but there are only like men there. I never saw any woman there, and they're like huge. There's a huge department of like 100 men. And I'm like, but where are the women? Like, I didn't feel comfortable being the only woman in that team, you know? Like, what am I gonna be doing? I would probably be assigned like kitchen duties or something. Is it good to downplay yourself or overplay yourself in an interview? So I think that depends. Like, I think I tend to downplay myself because I'm trying to people please too much, you know, or I'm trying to, I don't know, kind of like bring it all to like a very regular, normal level, which oftentimes works against me, but it shouldn't. But that's just like way of life. I mean, if you want to overplay yourself to get hired, but it is good to downplay yourself to manage their expectation. It is a paradox. Yeah, so I think it's about balancing. Like, you could probably, I don't know, I wouldn't go too high in overplaying. Like, yeah, maybe I wouldn't say about, maybe, let's put it this way. Let's say we're reviewing a code, right? And nobody is asking what a specific code is doing, which I know that I copied from Stack Overflow. I wouldn't drag the attention to that code that I don't want to be explaining. So in that way, I would not be like overplaying nor downplaying. I would just be like not playing, you know? But I also think that overplaying too much can really bring you into troubles. And that's what can lead you later on to be in this position of like, oh my God, I'm a burden, you know? So I think like finding not attracting too much attention to your weaknesses, but being aware of it yourself, as well as not overselling your strengths, you know, or something like that. You should still sell your strengths because they are your strengths, but not like making them too much. Yeah. In the kitchen doing desserts. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, why else would they need a woman there? Like, they were fine with 100 men. Why suddenly they decided to hire a woman? Well played, ma'am, well played. Yeah. It's kind of like about this kind of like interviews is a lot, I guess, like I don't know, like dating in a way, you know, like not in a creepy way, but in a way that you kind of like, you want to show you good stuff, but you don't want to let them on the full picture yet, you know, but like with a little bit of hints, but not too much, something like that. So yeah, but I guess like this, I mean, also knowing where your own balance is and what your strengths and what your weaknesses are also requires quite the confidence, I guess, right? Because by default, we're not going to be like super confident by going there and saying like, oh, I don't know this, I don't know that, and like whatever. It needs to be kind of like replenished with something else. And it's also not going to work for everybody. You know, like, I'm a person who is making a ton of jokes all the time. I'm not afraid of being stupid. Clearly, you see it on my streams. And at work, I'm not the most, like, serious grumpy cat out there, you know? I'm gonna be just, like, gonna be throwing jokes everywhere. I'm the girl in eBay who says, okie dokie, happy worky at the end of every Zoom call with my team. But still, you know, I am fine with this kind of, like, goofiness. Some people might see it as being unprofessional. I don't give a shit about that because I am professional and I can deliver stuff where I need to, and that's just it, you know. But some people are not gonna align with that. Exactly. First date versus being married. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I really don't like it though. Like, some people do play it too much, but yeah, I guess that's the path. I wrote in my personal letter that I'm not a great developer, but I give it my 100%, and I think that maybe gives a bad impression of me. I wrote that in an attempt to be honest. Okay. I would say maybe don't say great developer, maybe say I'm not the most experienced developer out there, but I give it my 100%. You know? Or you can say, well, my experience is not the I don't know. What is experience? The highest? The biggest out there? I was once reading that you should not say like the negations. So you should not say I'm not. You should say kind of like, well, my experience. Yeah, I don't know how you can say not without not. You probably need to say the not. But just like try to like that's also a lot of like things of wrapping it in the correct words, you know? Because it shouldn't be something that is just like I'm not good, but just be like I am good, but maybe I require a little bit more experience and I'm gonna be even better later on. Kind of like that. I would love to have coworkers or a boss as chill as you, unless if you're not this chill at work. Oh yeah, I am this chill at work. I'm very, I'm quite the chill person. Which honestly, I mean, my coworkers are also very chill people, and I think like this is also kudos to the HR people who are hiring kind of like the same mentality. We do have crazy people at work, don't get me wrong. I don't get along with them too well. Luckily, we're in different areas of the department, so I don't need to align with them too often. But yeah, and like sometimes in the office, like when we meet, it's really clashing characters. I don't like that. I'm starting to be like very cocky and very like sarcastic if they start to annoy me and they don't get it and they start to get annoyed. Like being on Zoom helps everybody's mental health, I think. But yeah, I think it's a matter also of, I guess, like your own character, right? But so what I was also saying, that once I also had like one, not an incident, but like a talk with another colleague, where I was just like kind of like not joking about something, you know, but like I was told something and I was like, oh, okay, whatever, you know, and they were like, Daniela, the boss is gonna come and what are you gonna do? Haha to them? And I was like, and then he was like, it's no jokes here, girl. I was like, fuck off, dude. Seriously. Go get a life. So yeah. I mean, if that's the impression that the guy gets from me, then, or like an ex-colleague gets from me, then I cannot control that. That's on them. So I would love, yeah, I have a relatively reasonable amount of experience, but I work hard. I have a relatively reasonable amount of experience, but I work hard. Yeah, this is good, but I think this is a little bit different, right? Than I'm not a great developer. I have a... Maybe you can say something along the lines like, while I'm in the beginning of my career path as a developer, I am working 100% and giving it my all. That can also be a thing. Also, you can elaborate more about your curiosity and more kind of like stuff like that, you know. Are we in the army? Yeah, exactly. Like, what am I? Like, I cannot be a human here. If I remember correctly, you said some people started to go to the office, but you said you prefer staying in remote working, right? Yes, correct. So the offices are not anymore in red zone. You can go there if you have the permission to go there. It's not full capacity and it's still not open for everybody. So for example, there are like people who really cannot work at home or have requested the permission even during, I think even when the office was closed, they requested to work in the office. So that was a possibility. because, you know, different people have different reasons, different housing situations, different situations in the house. So the company was very flexible about it. I'm not saying that that's what's happening with those people, but whatever, right? We don't know what's going on behind the scenes of anybody, and people have their reasons. But from end of September, there's gonna be like another policy where we're most likely gonna start going to the office, which I'm very not happy about. I'm still trying to, like, my team said, like, Daniela is creating a revolution, which I don't mind. I don't mind to be called that person, but I am, like, pushing towards a 4-day working week, same salary, and remote. That would be ideal for me. But yeah, that's not gonna happen. However, we did get, like, a new guideline. The company is going to be very flexible, and they said that they kind of, like, put a table for which events you should consider going to the office, for which one you don't. We're also going to be given a 4-week period every year to work from wherever you want, including another country, which is awesome because, I mean, many of us are immigrants, you know, and many of us have families in other places. So it's a great deal that you can do that. And then also they said that, like, in exceptional way they are going to allow to work remotely, but I don't think I'm gonna qualify for that. Revolution is evolution, go girl, yay. I think my boss is gonna start disliking me and taking me seriously if I'm gonna start talking again about working remotely. What do you think about working for a company in another country? How to avoid falling into a trap? Yeah, that's a big question, because, like, usually when you work for another company, then you have less of how do you call it, like, legal power, right? Because you might end up in a bad environment, but you can drop since you're a foreigner and you tie to your documents. Oh, you mean that way? So kind of like the same as me not being German citizen working in Germany for companies. So like when you're on a visa. Yeah, I know many people who have fallen into this trap and they had to work for like a year in shitty companies. But in Germany, for example, I think if you qualify for their visa that is called like a blue card, then if you work for a year, then after a year, is it a year or maybe 2 years? I don't remember, but there's like an amount of a period of time after which you are allowed to change employer and you're not tied to them. And after like 2 years of experience as a dev, you're probably gonna find a job pretty easy. So I guess maybe like you can go for like bigger companies, I guess, or check also for Glassdoor. And in Germany there's like Kununu, where people are giving like reviews about the companies and how it is to work there. My brother works for a company in Berlin, and the company was sold and they're working them to the bones, and he can't do much if he wants to stay and work there. Yeah, that's sadly sometimes what's happening. I know. I'm sorry to hear that. Is he located in Berlin as well? Maybe he has some time until he gets his like independent working permit, like this blue card that is not affected by the employer. Because I have a friend who also was working like in a gaming company that was super crappy, and the payment was like, even he's a senior and the payment was lower than even for a junior, but he still took it because, you know, he wanted to leave the country where he was from. And now after 2 years, yeah, he has his blue card and he can work for anybody within Germany. So, and that's also easier for the company because they don't need to sponsor you, they don't need to pay you for that, for the relocation and everything. So yeah, he does. Yeah, I mean, ideally you would go maybe and like, so like in case with your brother, like the company was sold, right? So there is nothing you can do about that. You could not prevent that. That's just like a direction into which the company went. But if you are interviewing for a company, then I guess it's a lot of like mental work to try and to understand those red flags before actually accepting the offer that they give you, I would say. And I think after like you're interviewing several times, you will start understanding where those red flags are and what are they for you, you know, because it's not going to be for the same for everybody. Like some people, for example, they don't mind working, let's say like 12 hours as long as they get a visa. That was me. But yeah. There was like one app, I know that it was very popular in the US, or maybe still is. I don't remember the name of it, but you could log in there and see kind of like all the gossip from all the companies. I think you had to do it with your work email. I don't remember the name. Was it Blackdoor? Can you negotiate your contract? I mean, you can, but is it not rude to do so? Yeah, so that's another thing. Like, I was thinking as well that, oh, like, you know, in this whole like idea of should be grateful for what it is and the company is probably offering their best. No, most likely companies are not offering the best. Companies are just offering like the standard. And if you want to offer something, not to offer, if you want to have something, until you ask, they will not know that. So yeah, if I were to start searching for a job, I would definitely negotiate the hell out of it. I would negotiate holidays, I would negotiate pay, I would negotiate maybe some insurances, I would negotiate everything I can, because there is so much that can be done. And also, I mean, depending if you need it, right? But I, for example, would not mind to have an insurance for life, to have a pension, which eBay gives. So, you know, other companies should also do that. And like bigger companies, right? I know that startups cannot do that. And maybe if the company cannot pay you a lot, then maybe you can get more vacation. The blind app, yeah, Sasha, the blind app, yeah, that one. Which kind of cam are you using for streaming? It is the Canon EOS 200D. Because I think the only way to protect yourself in the contract. Yeah. Great, that sounds like a trap. Imagine your boss reading your reviews. Oh, but I think it's anonymous. I don't think like you're not saying like, hey, I'm Tarek from, I don't know, Amazon, and I work for John and he suck. I mean, you would still need to be a little bit smart about it, right? You cannot rely on the app, of course, to protect you from everything, but yeah. Damn, still live. Yeah, Harsh, we're having a very interesting discussions here about like interviews and stuff, so we're vibing. That's how do we say? We're vibing, I guess. Yeah. What else would I negotiate in a company? I don't know. In bigger companies, like you can negotiate stock, relocation stuff. Depends. I think I would definitely want a little bit more holidays. Sasha also checked your challenge. Subscribed for good CSS stuff. Yeah, Sasha rocks with CSS stuff for sure. If you are not following Sasha, then please give her a follow. She also has a YouTube channel, so be sure to check it. And also, if you ever want to give a gift to Sasha, then make it a mechanical keyboard. I'm sorry, that was like such a cheesy joke, right? But she's sharing a lot about keyboards and stuff and cool things. Location assistance, yeah. Relocation. Many companies do that on the bigger end. I don't know about smaller companies, but I mean, if they can even like sponsor your visa, that would be already nice for a startup. But I don't know if many are doing that, because it would be hell to move from one country to another. Oh yes, it is. It's not easy at all. But again, you know, like when I made the decision to move from Ukraine to Germany, I was desperate. You know, I was like, whatever, I'm gonna clean floors, I'll find a way, I just need to get out of here, you know. And I think that when you move with a job, it's easier, right? Because you don't need to take care of your financing. Like, you are going to have an arranged situation there. So I guess it really depends on where you're at in your life. It depends if you have a family, if you have like, if you're a caregiver, you know, if you have like adults dependent on you, children dependent on you, what you can afford, what is your lifestyle that you're willing to have or willing to downgrade. Because usually moving to countries, and if we're not talking about rich kids here, then most likely you are going to have like a downgrade of your lifestyle, at least in the beginning, to figure out some things. So yeah, it also depends on your long-term goal. So I don't know, it's a lot of things to consider, but yeah. Yes, but that's what might get you into a bad situation, because you just want a way out of your current situation. Yes, that's also true. But maybe I mean, hopefully it's not gonna be in a life-threatening situation, right? I guess it always depends. Like, I don't know. I think this is something everybody should like sit with themselves and decide the pros and cons and what's going on, and also like the opportunities that things are gonna give or the opportunities that it's gonna take away from them, you know. You also lived in Israel, Daniela, for a job? Or no, I was actually born in Israel. My parents are from the Soviet Union. They moved to Israel before I was born. I was born there, lived there for 14 years. That's why I'm still struggling to renew my passport. And then my parents decided to move back to the territory of the Soviet Union, which is now Ukraine. And I lived there for 10 years, and then I decided that the Eastern world is not for me, and I moved to Germany all by myself. My family is still in Eastern Europe. So yeah. Also in Ukraine it was quite tough, because after the contrast of living in Israel and then moving to Ukraine, which is, I think you can agree, is a downgrade kind of. Both in like social life and social security and the way that people are treating each other and animals. It was very tough for me. So I knew that that's not gonna be a long thing for me. And as soon as I kind of like got like a little bit on my feet, I was like, bye. Which was also not the easiest decision and not the easiest way to do it. But you know, gotta make some trade-offs and gotta go for it. No regrets. Harsh is saying, I badly need an intern opportunity. Any suggestions? Did you apply for the eBay tech trainee? They are hiring their trainees. But yeah, I don't know. As an intern. Also, like, what's the difference between an intern and a junior developer? Like, I feel that... So I also know, like, from some people in the US that an intern is an opportunity that you have to go through, or like an internship, you have to go through it before you can apply for junior positions. Here in Germany, for example, you cannot go for an internship usually if you're not a student. Like, technically by the law, it's not allowed because there are like taxes involved and like some legal stuff, so it's not gonna work. That's why, like, if you're a career changer, an internship is not really an option for you. but what it is, being a junior developer is. So no, I don't know what that is. Well, check Google eBay Classifieds Group Tech Trainee Program. Another question, do you have to keep track of the official documents and the process with the government? Because I saw a post about a guy where his boss messed up and they refused to renew his permit. Oh, yes. Yes. Because that's what I'm going through right now. I'm on a visa, right? I have my passport, and my only obligation as an immigrant in Germany is to have a valid document, and in my case, traveling document. So I'm a citizen of Israel, and I'm trying to renew my passport for already like freaking 4 months. They keep on sending it back. Israeli embassy, if by any chance you're watching it, check your post, please, and renew my passport. And after that, I need to renew my visa. Nobody's gonna do that for me. Nobody's gonna apply for that, except of me. And I even asked eBay to help me with lawyers. They said no. So that was nice. Then it's absolutely everything is on your shoulders. It's at your own cost. Unless you were relocated, then I guess then they can help you. So if it was part of your deal, but my visa didn't come from eBay, so that's why there is no help there from them. But yeah, I'm kind of like in a stress zone right now because my visa is gonna expire in 2 weeks, and I still don't have a new passport, and the passport is probably gonna take also about 3 weeks to make. So that's why I'm doing all the live streams, in order to distract myself from the hell that I'm living in right now. Intern is a slave worker, hoping his master would free him soon. Yeah. Intern is basically for students. In India, junior developer is like a fresher. Yeah. The pain is real. Oh, yeah. Oh, poor girl. Yep. That's just life of an immigrant anywhere, I guess, you know. And I'm even in a very good position, you know. I don't think it's gonna end up bad, even though I cannot see it clear right now. I think it's all gonna be resolved, but just like with a lot of gray hairs, for sure. And I hope I can still keep my job. If not, we're gonna see each other here all day long. So yeah, I really hope you'll make it in time. Yeah, I don't know. I think like there is some like threshold, right, that the state recognizes, but I still need a passport for that. So I don't know. I have a Russian colleague who was waiting for his passport for freaking 6 months, you know. I mean, I also need the passport to travel. Like, what if, not saying that it's gonna happen, but what if I need to go and visit my family, you know? There's like things that cannot predict, and not being able to have the independency of movement is a lot. Good luck. Thank you. I really hope it's gonna solve soon. I'm sure it will, since you managed so far, which is amazing. Yeah, I guess so. I hope it won't come to that, but I wouldn't mind it at all. You mean the whole day stream? Yeah. No, maybe let's hold on to that, okay? I still would like to get salary. I cannot afford not to have a salary. So yeah, unless this YouTube thing gonna blow out, which I don't know. We'll see about that as well. You know, me being like this whole funny person and not serious. Look at what I teach you. Like, I didn't even finish the dashboard. I'm just talking. But I think we have a very good conversation. I really enjoy that one. I don't know if it's on Instagram, but I always say that I very enjoy all the topics that we're talking about here. So thank you. It's really nice. How long have we been streaming? I think it has been a while, right? And wow, I'm really proud of my laptop doing so well, because last time it kind of like started giving up on me. 3 hours, wow. That's the longest ever I've done a stream. Not that I've done many of them, but you know. After 1K subscribers, YouTube channel starts to be monetized. Oh, it's 1K subscribers and it's 4,000 hour views. 4,000 watch hours. Not that close. 1,000 subscribers, I am close, but to the 4,000 watch hours, not that much. Also, it's freaking 4,000 watch hours. That's like a lot of watch hours. I love your videos on your channel. Thank you! Same here, and thanks for the advice. Sure. I'm always happy to share. Do you have Twitter? Technically yes, but I don't like Twitter. Twitter confuses me. I don't know how to use it. I do have Instagram. I don't have Twitter. Hey Pramith, sorry, I skipped your message. You were asking something about MacBook Air and working with Figma. I didn't notice that in time. You removed it already. I don't know. Are you all like on Twitter? Should I go on Twitter and start like being active there? I just feel like a grandma when I'm on Twitter. Like I don't know what things do. Like when I retweet stuff, where does it go in the realm of the internet? You know? Go for Patreon. YouTube is hopeless to monetize it. Yeah, but then I also like Patreon. I feel like people actually need to pay you, you know? Like here, it's just like people are gonna watch some ads, and like if you wanna support the how do you call it? The creator, the YouTuber or something, then you're just gonna like watch the ads, right? If you wanna pay specifically or ask people to pay for it, I don't know. Not sure still how I feel about that. Twitter is tiring. Yeah, I feel so too. Like it's just like Instagram can be tiring, but I feel like Twitter is even more tiring, you know, because there's just like so much going on, so much text going on, that it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's a matter of habit that you just need like to get used to it, but it's just confusing me sometimes. Like I remember before eBay I was searching for a job, and then a friend of mine, she retweeted that I was searching for a job, and then somebody actually approached me, and I saw it after like 2 weeks, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I don't know how to use Twitter. They don't have to, but they can support your channel there. Okay, I can check out Patreon. I have this like coffee page thingy, which I put in the Ultimate API Challenge. So I have it here, like support the project. Buy me a coffee. But I don't know if anybody wants to buy a coffee and stuff, you know. I'm not gonna force anybody, like that's not the point. Just like if you want. So yeah. I need to check out the Patreon. Twitter is so toxic. Oh really? Is it? I was like thinking that at least the thing that I was hearing about Twitter was that the deaf community is so big there, you know, and there are so many people involved, and everybody's sharing everything, and everybody is so like on point with it all, and like all the inspirational quotes. So I was just like, oh my god, like are we behind? Like Twitter is so, I don't know, what's the word? Woke? Is that the word? I don't know. Might be using it wrong. But that's like the impression I get. Lady programmer, wow, rare looks. Yeah, we're trying like to push the industry to bring in more women and men. Just diversity, you know? Just we need to bring in more people from different backgrounds and everything. So yeah. Help spread the word. Very, very toxic. One wrong and very, very toxic. One wrong word and it is the end of you. Oh really? So cancel culture is that it's like thriving in Twitter, huh? Female developers always amaze me. Nothing is rare about women programmer. Yeah, I agree. It's just that the exposure is not there in the right places, but we exist and we're everywhere. Yeah. I'd say ultra woke. Yeah, I guess that's a term to say it. And if we're already talking about women programmers, then women were the first programmers to be and to create stuff, you know. And the very beginning of programming, before tech bros took over it, was that women were considered best at it due to them like being able to follow like instructions and do things and everything. So we're awesome. Are you married? Lol. Why the lol? And why the married? Like, it's not relevant here at all. Does that make me, I don't know, more smart if I am, or more valid to be a programmer? How is that related? As I said, questions like that, or like flirt, or like something, is very, very not appreciated here. If you're a woman, it doesn't mean necessarily that you need to like, exactly, it's not Tinder. Oh, another question. How hard is it to work with a design system if you're working with one? And I assume PayPal have one. And if so, then how does affect your approach to code? Design system as in like, so like a kind of like a, I don't want to say Bootstrap, but like styling, you mean? Or like this atomic thingy that we were talking about? Let me put it up on the screen. Atomic design. Or you mean like the spacing and all of that kind of stuff? A component library. Oh, I think in general it's quite... so, of course, it's going to take a while to get the hang of it, right? And it depends if they have like a good documentation about it and like very accessible for others to use it. But in general, I think it's quite easy and it makes things easier because you don't need to create everything from scratch, you know? So you're just kind of just taking the component that exists. And I think especially as a beginner, if you're like joining a company and they have already things that are configured for you and you just need like to fill in the puzzle, that's freaking awesome, you know? Although I guess you could argue that as a beginner, you probably should build everything from scratch to get to know things. But then there's also the business side, right? You're being hired to help the business grow. And if that's going to make things faster for you, then I think that's a win-win, right? That's, I think, another question that sometimes I talk about is, as a junior, what is better? To start working in a startup where you have a lot of freedom and a lot of things that you can decide on and you can be like a very hands-on approach? Or would you rather start in a big corporation where you don't necessarily have so much freedom in terms of what to code, how to code it? You're very much following kind of like the stream and you're doing that. So I don't know, wasn't that, what would be your point of view on that, if anybody has an idea or like an opinion on that? This is something that is like talk a lot about with like people that I know, just out of curiosity. Doesn't that limit you, at least on the creative side? So that's the thing. Like, I think that's kind of like the same topic that I just spoke about, that yeah, it does, because you're not building it yourself, but on the other hand, you have a kind of like a first row exposure to hopefully how things should be built, you know, especially if you have like very good engineers that worked on that and created it, and you can really learn from their experience and see how things are done, what they're considering. So that can also be a good thing. And your creativity can go maybe into how to combine those components, how to solve your task, because it's not always going to be that simple about just like, I mean, sure, maybe like a couple of first tasks that you're going to be assigned in the company are going to be very easy, like just like to get to know things and like that. But on the other hand, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, what was I saying? So yeah, so in the first couple of tasks, you might have like a very easy task, like in order to understand how the design system works, how like what's the procedure in the company, what about the code reviews and everything. But then you might have like more complex code, you know? Like for example, we have a new team that was onboarded like a couple of weeks ago, and they got straight away, like their first ticket was so freaking complicated. And I really don't envy them for that. Like this is just, and I try to always tell them like, guys, please don't feel discouraged, because this ticket is like very complex and nobody has done it still in our department. So yeah, I'm not sure what is better, like this creativity thing, and they're quite experienced, you know, but it's just like this working within already an existing ecosystem, that I guess what you were asking. It's like having to follow a mold and you have to do things in a specific way. It is good, I know, having consistency, but that would make you uncomfortable. Specifically if you have your own way of doing things for a long time. I consumed all your energy with my question. No, not at all. Not at all. I was just like getting distracted with things. It is like following a mold, but to a certain extent, right? I don't think that it's gonna be, so it's not like a robotic, you know, copy paste and just like put components and that's it. It's not like that. There are gonna be like more issues arising, even if you cannot see them from the beginning. It can get complex, but I can agree with you for sure that it might get a little bit less creative. Yeah, I think so the thing is that if there is a big company that doesn't have a design system, then that's just chaos. If there is a smaller company that doesn't have a design system, that's fine, you know, because they're smaller, there is not too much to do, there's not too much to align between. But like in case of big companies, if they don't have design system, like everybody would start doing like crazy stuff, you know, and that's where also the design of the brand identity is kind of like being kind of like loose, and there are like some laws and regulations that you need to adhere to, and as a big company, like all eyes are on you, so you have to do that. So I guess that's why. Can I ask one more question? Yes, of course, go ahead. In the meanwhile, Rajesh is saying, I suggest you while preparing, you should always increase the zoom level of editor. Agree? Yeah, we spoke about it already. I'm not gonna talk about it again. I already said that the zoom is gonna be way too big for me to code, so I cannot do that. I suggest to look at it from maybe a little bit of a bigger screen, because I know some people are watching it from the smartphone, but maybe watching code from smartphone is not the ideal way. I'm sorry. Because if I'm gonna make it bigger, then it's just like all over the place and I don't see anything. I don't have an overview, so I cannot. Maybe I'll change the font. one day. By the way, I was thinking about purchasing this Mona Lisa font, but it's freaking expensive. I don't want to pay that. If I'm gonna have a YouTube paycheck, I'm gonna buy the font. And for that, I need a lot of watch hours. It's so neat, it's so nice. And it's like specifically for development. It's like really... Test-driven development, what does a front-end dev need to know about it? That's a very, very good question. This is actually a hot topic right now. Wow, that's a great font, right? I really like this font. I think this font is really awesome. Cute font. Yeah, I know. Maybe should we like all chip in and buy one font and then share it among each other? That's me being cheap ass, huh? Okay, so test-driven development. What does a front-end dev need to know about it? So, story time. I didn't know tests for the love of me until, I don't know, very recently. For some reason, I didn't come around them at all. It's not really an industry standard in Berlin, at least. So that's kind of like how I ended up like that, I guess, you know, because I'm a very like observer and like observer, and you get what you get. So in coding bootcamp, nobody's gonna teach you about test-driven development, I guess, because they don't have the time for that. Then you start working in a startup and they don't have time for testing because they want to just like ship their product fast and furious, I guess. Then you get to a big corp and they're like, oh, okay, so what about the tests? And you're like, I don't know. But I tried in one company to do one feature through test-driven development. That's a mindfuck. My personal opinion, like this is like so freaking hard. It's amazing because I was able to code the feature without any bugs and without testing it in locally, because so why we had to do a test-driven development is because this feature was not available locally, and we and we would have to spend way too many resources in order to develop it locally to work. So we were just doing test-driven development and just pushed it to production and hope that everything works, and it did. But it was such a brain fuck. And to add on that, on top of that, so I was a junior developer doing this test-driven development, and then my senior decided to go on vacation and just left me with that. Like, who does that? Renee, if you're watching, who does that? So it's like, okay, but we did it. It worked. I did it, not we. Renee went on vacation. I did it. And it worked, and it was awesome. But that was the last time I did it. That was the first and the last time that I did it, because it was, yeah. But now at work, hey Revisualize, hey Seattle, right? From yesterday. Seattle? Was it Seattle? I think it was Seattle. But now I did put myself the goal. So in eBay you have like self-development goals. And my goal is to have full coverage of like my department, or like my features, my team's features, covered by test automation, and to eliminate all the bugs that we have, because, you know, Queen of Friday bugs is here and I don't want to deal with that crap anymore. So I'm writing tests, but I'm writing them after the code is written, so I'm not doing a test-driven development. And I think test-driven development is like, it's like being vegan, you know? It's like, it's a way of living. Like, if you don't live test-driven development, then you just don't. You know? It's like very kind of like, Left for a vacation, that's called an ambush. Yeah, I guess. Felt like that. Yes, I'm in Seattle. I had to call Germany earlier today. Ooh. It's always funny to me, like, I told you right already that it feels like we're in a Eurovision. Germany is calling, you know? Seattle is saying hi. Although Seattle is not in Eurovision, the US in general. But yeah. What else? 3D is not a thing, my whole life is a lie. Download font from Google Fonts and use it simple. This font is not available in Google Fonts. Left for vacation, yeah. And then Joseline is saying, how did you learn coding? Did you go to university or through something else? No, I didn't go to university for coding. I have a master's degree in architecture. I used to be an architect. And then I started kind of like coding by myself, did some online courses. Then I did a free school here in Berlin of a semester of JavaScript. And then I did a bootcamp of 6 months. And then I got a job. So, but I would say in general, bootcamps can teach you if you are putting in the work. I guess it's kind of like the same in a university, just that in the university you have longer time, but it's the same. Like you have to put in the work and the effort, and it's hard. Wow, architect! I studied urban planning. Wow, hey, nice. I actually really like urban planning. We had like one subject of urban planning because, you know, like architects, at least in Ukraine, they are taught that like you need to know everything. So I know like from plumbing to like, I don't know, doorknobs. But yeah, that's cool. I have no idea about CDCI. Is that a problem? No, as a junior, I wouldn't say that you need to know that. That's fine. It's a little bit more advanced, and at work it's considered like senior level if you know how to operate with those things. So don't bother with that. I mean, of course, if you know it, then that's gonna be a plus for you. But also, like, I think that also some companies, they don't even have that process, you know? So I don't know if that's like super needed to know. Like, imagine you would be applying to a smaller companies and you would be created that, so I don't know. How long years ago you started coding? I started coding in 2017. Is there any online web development course bootcamp you recommend? So I would recommend to go through Free Code Camp. Let me show you. So my top 3 resources are Free Code Camp. I think it's an awesome resource. It's absolutely for free. And they have a lot of paths that you can go through. So if you go to curriculum, you can select responsive, JavaScript, algorithms. By the way, their algorithms, I had to do it like 3 times because I sucked at this, and I tried it when I was a very beginner. I didn't understand anything. Then I tried it when I was a little bit more of a junior. Then it was kind of okay, not everything. And then like after a year of coding, I went through this and I was like, oh, okay, that starts to make sense. Then front-end development libraries. And also those algorithms are the algorithms that we talked with you before about. It's like, it's not this like Amazon type algorithms for an interview or Google stuff, you know, it's like down to earth algorithms. It's like knowing how to do dot string or not dot string, the join, and then together with it like push to an array if something happens or if not. So my type of algorithms. Then there is front-end libraries, APIs. I mean, they added a lot of new things. Oh, by the way, there is a coding interview prep for the ones who want it. That's really nice. So Free Code Camp is number 1. Then there is Code Academy, which I also really like. I think since I've done it, they have gone like you need to pay for stuff, but I think you can also have free stuff. So when I started it, there was like half of, so like in the beginning it was free, and then if you wanted to do more deep, then that was paid, but I don't know, but you can check that one out. Is it just me, or that's 300 hours? Yeah. Yeah, 300 hours. It takes a while. It takes a while. You're not just gonna sit and do it in one day. And then one of my favorite ones is also WestBoss. I think that WestBoss has awesome courses. He has free and he has paid stuff. I would recommend you, if you wanna do some JavaScript stuff for free, then there is JavaScript 30. And it's basically like 30-day challenge. I mean, you can do it in 30 days, you can do it longer, but it's just like these little things that you can learn how to do. And in general, he has like a very nice character, so it's always very interesting to do courses with him. And was there something else I wanted to show? Oh, there are also many people who are saying that it's a nice resource called Team Treehouse. I think that one is also paid, but I think it's, yeah, so it's $25 a month, but you can try it for 7 days if you want. The benefit of those is that they also have like a path, so you're being like very led throughout your whole thing. You can check those out. I hope that helps. The Odin project is nice. I think, wasn't it Odin? I actually think that I tried the Odin project, and yeah, that one confused the hell out of me. I don't know why I didn't flow with it. Maybe because I think I actually did the Ruby on Rails, and I was like, what the hell is going on? Why does this Ruby, where is it coming from? That was also in the time of big confusion, what is coding, what is front end, what is back end. So, but yeah, Tarek, did you try the full stack JavaScript then? Is it really nice? The Net Ninja then is a great resource. He's amazing. Yeah, I heard of that, right? He's on YouTube as well. Net Ninja. Yeah.
All right then, gang. So.
Oops. But yeah. Nice. Black belt your web skills. Nice. Cool. So what else do we have here? Visualize says, I'm a senior engineer advisor to enterprise high availability distributed network. Whoa, that's a lot of stuff. For network attached storage systems for a larger computer company that has a division that focuses on this solution. Oh, which solution? Can you make video how we can set loading skeleton while fetching Axios dynamically? I mean, if data is coming, then show as low as skeleton. Yeah, I could do that one day. Sure. That's for sure part of like fetching data and stuff. Don't I have that? I think I already have that in one of my API challenges. Wait, let me show you. So if I go to challenges, where is the React ones? So whether ReactJS, yeah, here. So in here you have, so there's a YouTube video, and if you go to my channel, you can see there. And then we have, so there is a form first, then you click on submit, and while you're waiting for it to send you data, you have show a loader. And once you have the data, then you hide the loader and you show the data. So check this one out. It's called theultimateapichallenege.com. And that's the weather API in ReactJS. I also have it in jQuery if you're interested in that, but I would suggest you go with the ReactJS, I guess, if you want to do the newest hot shit. Also, I always hated when people were saying that, and now I'm one of those people who is saying that. So, is that a cringe moment? I guess. Yay! I like to see how we're all helping each other. Yes, the JS path, it is good, and they have a Discord where they can help you with the challenges and explain things for you. Great group. Okay, see, I didn't know that. I was just a loner trying to do that during working hours in my other company. That was another fun thing. Like I was working as a customer service agent, and I was like, okay, enough is enough, because I didn't find a work as an architect here in Germany, and I kind of like started being disappointed in the industry. So anyway, big time for changes. And I decided, like, I was talking like to a colleague, and he was like, hey, what about like testers? You know, testers earn some good money, because you wanted some good money back then. And I mean, anytime, it's nice to have good money. So it was better than what I was getting in the customer service job. And I went for being like a tester of mobile games with the hope of like being closer to development, which I don't think it really gave me anything closer apart from working with Jira. But my team lead there was actually the one who gave me the hint of learning the Odin project, because he was learning Ruby on Rails. And that's, I guess, where all my confusion came from. So yeah, I guess that's why I didn't give it a fair try, because it was just very confusing to me. But that's another story time. Whoa, Daniela has great tutorials, dev guys. Thank you so much. There was a lot of work went into this little babe. Into this little babe of mine. But yeah. There is also here like a description why I did it. And then, wait a second, there is the about page where you can check for CSS basics, JavaScript basics, and all of this kind of stuff, you know? And then there is the challenges page. Boom. Everything is for you there. Architecture in Germany is a nightmare. Very standardized field, and they hold some unbelievable standards. Yes. Eventually, throughout my like network here in Berlin, I managed to connect with some architects unintentionally. Just like after I was already like actually working as a developer, and a friend of a friend of a friend, he said that he's an architect, and I was like, oh, okay, so how's that? And it's like, it's a nightmare. You work over hours all the time, which it was the same in my case. You work a lot, but all the money goes to the pockets of your bosses. You see almost nothing, and you just need to be really, really like it's kind of like a never-ending intern levels type of work, and it sucks massively. So I don't know. And especially like for women, you can see that there are not so many women who are in higher positions as architects. And yeah, I got a little bit disappointed. I got to see it from different lights, and I didn't want to be part of this industry anymore, sadly. But I do like the problem solving skills, and that's how I came to web development. So instead of building houses, I'm building websites. Same. I don't know, screw it, I'm not switching career again. Had to. Yep, you're super simple and cooperative. Nice to keep going. We're all here to support you. Oh, thank you so much. I said this solution referencing the previous verbiage. I did it to not mention who my employer is. Oh, okay. You know, privacy. Basically, I'm a senior NAS system engineer. Oh, okay. It's just sometimes hard to follow because I don't know if it's referring to what I said or you said. So that's why I sometimes get confused. Also, the chat delay is not helping me. But yeah. So, do we have any more questions? This is actually something I would say in a work meeting. And I feel, I already told it on Instagram. I don't know if you saw it, but it was like this. When was it? I think it was yesterday. I'm hosting or like how do you call it? Facilitating bigger meetings sometimes at work, and I think that one day I'm gonna forget that it's work, and I'm gonna be like and subscribe and see you next time, you know. So, and now I had the same moment of kind of like, Oh, wait a second. Was that work? No. Why did you say that for work? But yeah, that was... I guess one day that's gonna happen. But yeah. What time is it out there for you all? For me, it's already 11 p.m. I love the fact that this feels like a Zoom call. Is that a good thing though? I feel like with all the work stuff that this is like feeling like a Zoom. I don't know if that's like the best thing. I hope it doesn't happen, but please share it if it happens, lol. Yeah, you know me. I'm gonna share all my embarrassing moments with you. What's a NAS system? Revisualize, would you like to answer that? Thoughts on hard CS knowledge for getting started as a web dev. Yeah, I don't know what's a hard CS knowledge, but I would say that you don't necessarily need it, right? It is a good thing. So I actually have a colleague who has a CS degree, and he's working with me as a web developer, but a backend. And I was curious, and I was like asking like, hey, like, did you learn anything in web development or like web development related in your university? And he's like, nope, not at all. Like everything that you learn in the university has no relationship to web dev. Like as far as I understand, in CS degrees, you get more like taught the way of thinking, right? The way of like the very hard logic and very like the different languages, and you go through it very fast. But then you need to kind of like branch out and select your field. And as far as I know, web development is not prevalent there. So yeah, I would say that it's really not, I mean, I guess it would be a plus for you personally, but I don't think it's a necessity. Like you can really just, there is not much of computer science going on in web development, I would say. Which is also why I think, personally, why you don't need to know or like be perfect in math or very good in math in order to be a web developer. For software engineering, sure, because you're engineering a software. But for web development, no, I don't think so. It was funny because I mentioned, right, that I was doing like this rate thing at work, and I found out that we all suck at math, and we had to actually ask our head of the head of the head, who has a math degree, to help us with the calculation and to be sure that this is correct. And this is the humble work environment I am at, so I'm really grateful for that. So 10 p.m. here, Seattle 2 p.m., 5 p.m. Ooh, Venezuela time! Jocelyn, I didn't know you're in Venezuela. That's nice. Still have no idea what it is, sorry. Wait, what did you also say? I could use some advice on writing a CV personal letter, and I have a CS degree, and I can hardly remember any of it after doing 5 years of management. I regret ever going for management. It is the cardinal sin. Oh no! But I'm sure if you're gonna like start doing everything, things are gonna come back to you, right? I've seen backend devs saying front end is harder, lol. So that's the thing. Like I feel like backend is very responsible. Like there's so many things that can go wrong there that I don't even want to touch it. But front end is like, yeah, things can go wrong there, but you would most likely see it, you know, or like you would see the effects of it. Like you have more visual feedback about it. And with backend, with like security and cyber attacks and all these kind of things, and servers and again security, I feel like there's a lot to take into consideration. Although I've heard from backend devs that the backend doesn't change as fast as frontend, and that's why, like, if you learn solidly backend, then you're kind of like set for life. Not true, but kind of. You know, with frontend, you always need to learn the newest stuff. So yeah. I've seen backend, yeah. Basically, think of it like this. In a corporate structure, where do you store data? On the cloud. Is not always a good option. No. In a corporate structure, where do you store data? On the cloud is not always a good option when you need high availability of data. And NAS is a network data storage. Yes, exactly their point was that. Just Google NAS storage and it will explain. It is basically network data storage. I'm also not very familiar with like the network data storage stuff. This explains frontend very well. So you also asked about yes, I'm from Venezuela, currently on my 3rd year of system engineering. Ooh. So tell us, how is system engineering somehow intertwined with computer science? I mean, it's all engineering, right? So you are doing some sort of like maths, physics, I assume. Even as an architect, I was doing maths and physics, hated it to the core because I didn't understand shit. Although I remember some of my professors, they were giving me higher grades because they're like, you answered wrong, but your logic was going for something. So kudos on the logic. Visualize, thanks for the explanation. Yay! Thank you for explaining indeed. Wait, so there was a question about I could use some advice on writing a CV personal letter. So I have one advice about writing a personal letter, like a cover letter. I personally didn't match it for every company that I was going for. So you know how oftentimes they're like, you need to make it personalized to the company, why you want to work there, blah, 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 blah. I'm of the opinion that I have no idea what I want to work in a company until I work in a company. So what I was doing is I was making the cover letter about myself. I was saying, hi, hello, this is me. I'm this and this and this and that. I come from this background, I have this skills, and I want to achieve this. Put some links of my portfolio, of my aspirations, of my values, and sent it like 100 times and eventually got a job. Like, it sounds very easy, but it's not easy, I know. But it's a lot of applying. Yes, it's half math, physics, and half everything involving systems, computer coding. Yeah. Yeah. And do you have any, like, already idea in which direction you're gonna go after you're done with your studies? Or like at least any desires, goals? If not, that's also fine. Just wondering. System engineering, it is about software design and structured programming paradigms and DSA and design patterns and so on. See, like for me, already reading those kind of terms is already confusing. That's my level. I'm a very like explaining by the hands kind of person. Although there is not much to explain here, like you wrote it very, very well. I just don't know why this type of words overwhelm me all the time. Maybe I'm like traumatized by academia. I don't know. Was there something I missed? Oh yeah, Tariq, you said that you have a CS degree and that you can hardly remember any of it after doing 5 years. Why did you choose to go to management? Was it like some position was available and you decided to take the leap of faith? Wait a second, I need to close the door. Just a second. Anthony saying, love the stream setup. Any tips on what you're using and where you learned to set it up? Yeah, I don't know where I learned it. I was just like doing some YouTube videos. I still think that the stream setup is a little bit sucky to my taste. But you know, I have what I have. Just like watching some YouTube videos and stuff, you know, nothing too fancy, just using what I have. I bought like a mic, a light, and I had a camera, so I'm using that. And just like decided to put something on the background, and that's it. Nothing too much. So is it insane? Not really sure in what direction I'm going, but last trimester had a class on web development and got really interested in that. Ooh, that's nice. I think like web development can be really cool. Like, I think like as an engineer you can do a lot. So maybe like I would like to actually know a little bit more of engineering, you know, like maybe do stuff with hardware things, like Internet of Things would be nice. But anything that involves coding is like mind-blowing to me. But yeah, happy to hear you're interested in web development. You're in the right spot. Because I started and run a business. After years, the economy went bad and then Corona, and now I had to kill it and go back the lines of the blue collar programmers. Lol. Yeah, I can understand that. But see, that's the unpredictable life we're all living. But hey, you have the degree, so that's already kind of like a more advantageous situation than probably other candidates will have. So saying, and plus like being like having a degree and also being having experience as in management, it can bring you to very, very good positions, like very good positions. Like many devs, they're going into team leads because there is a need in that. So having the experience can work very well on your resume. And I would suggest that you would write that down, like in your CV and cover letter. Haha, thanks. Really enjoying the streams and all your tutorials. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Programming, wait, if you want to learn engineering, there is some nice paths on Coursera, but you'll have to go with Python or Java. Yeah, I was thinking about Java, no, but Python, yeah, I was thinking about going with Python. Maybe I could like stream together how we learn Python, maybe like one day in the future or someday in the future. Programming is and should be a white-collar job though. I think putting programming as a white-collar job is being very not inclusive. I am in general against this kind of like terming to keep something just for people with higher degrees, because I don't think there is a necessity of that. And if that's what you mean. And I'll tell you where I come from. I come from the idea and the experience that I had as an architect, where we were always being told that we're the blue blood and we're like above everybody else, where in reality that's complete bullshit, because nobody is above anybody else. We're all humans. And just because somebody is in university doesn't mean that you're better than somebody who is not in a university, you know? There are like way more other things to consider, and to each their own. So I think if you are a person who never went to university and you still want to code and program, then I really would welcome you with open arms. And I don't want to be like this kind of, it's only for this type of people or only for that type of people. I think that might give the impression of being a failure. For some, probably yes. But I think for people who actually have lived life and have been, have gone through some things, they will appreciate that and they will know what you mean and they will know what you're going for. And maybe that's kind of like of more, not isolating yourself, but kind of like moving yourself towards the people that you want to be surrounded. No, that's not what I meant. Blue collar is in a poorly paid workers. Oh, really? It has nothing to do with degree. Ah, wait, no, but then... But UI UX said white collar. I met people who never went to university and they surpassed by light years. Yeah. Okay, visualize, what are you saying? What are your thoughts on the future of web and system development with the advent of AI and things like web builders? We're seeing more solutions. We're seeing more solutions come up focused on automated development. Do you think that the industry focused on web development is going to be slowly dying industry and push in favor of AI automation? I see that the industry is going to be making a huge shift within the next 5 years, and AI automation is going to push forward and drive out more of the entry-level type developer job roles. Very good topic. Just a second, let me just wrap up the other one. I literally first thought about architecture at first. No, you're right about terms, but still, programming shouldn't be a blue-collar job. It should be well paid. Yes, this I agree. I was just misunderstanding the term then. Yeah, it should be. And that's kind of like also tied to what Revisualize is saying. I think that, yes, AI for sure will be there and will be kind of like assisting us in things that we need. So for example, we have like tons of websites now like Wix, right? And like others that I don't remember right now, but WordPress, right, is also like one where people can just like come in and build some stuff and they don't need a developer. And my personal opinion is that freaking awesome that those websites exist, because as a developer, I guess after you've done like 3-4 landing pages, you're already sick of them and your brain wants more. You know, of course, there is also work for web developers who do enjoy the landing pages. Maybe the CSS, they change a lot and they find the challenge in that. But for me personally, I'd rather do more complex websites and more complex designs rather than the ones that can be automated. So I think there is actually a good development in that direction. When it comes to like more junior positions or like entry-level type of developers, I'm not sure, because so I think like if your product is complex and if you're like an entry-level developer, I don't see how it's connected, you know, because it's more of a, I always view those things from the perspective of the product that you're building or the client that you're working with. And if they have it complex, then AI cannot really replace that thing. It can assist you probably, but not really replace, because I don't know, I mean, we see it with everything. And if we actually see the state of the AI and the state of what things can do, it's not as smart and as intelligent in the wide open, like available for consuming area as we're being told, I think. It's still like a lot under development. It's still a lot under trial and errors. So I think it can be very complementary to our field, and we could use it greatly to automate things that we don't like, you know? I don't know, like for example, like Excel sheets, right? Nobody wants to like freaking count all the cells and make their own calculation. That's why we have Excel sheets with formulas now, and that's freaking great. Everybody likes that. But same way, we could probably use something else for development. They have been saying that the machines will take the jobs for years. Yeah, I think he means the machines can do the easy task like the GPT-3 and the Copilot. Yeah, exactly. So just like something that can complement our job, right? Rather than take over completely the whole task that we're doing. So it's kind of like the CI tools, right? That they're like deploying everything. You don't need to deploy it by hand. You don't need to run manual scripts. Everything is there, automated. So I think it can be great, and more things are going to come into the industry, and I think it's really nice. Yeah. I don't think I have anything else to say about that. I haven't actually tried the GitHub Copilot yet, but I'm hearing like good feedback about it. And also about the AI not being like super progressive. Maybe I'm just not in the right circles. Maybe it is very progressive and I'm just not in the nose. The creative side of coding design, I think those still in big need of a human factor. Yeah, I absolutely agree in that. There are a lot of decisions that are being made, and I view it kind of like as being like your little judge, right? You would not want to automate, and we see how many issues there are with automations of like giving out loans to people, or I don't know, anything of that kind, or like reviewing candidates for interviews. It's very, very toxic at the moment, because the only thing that the AIs do, they just automate us, and they're not making like the whole thing better, right? And I think like my hope that with AI and with everything, we should get better, because they should be independent. They should be in to a degree, but they should be non-biased. But right now they are, and I don't think that the industry is anywhere near to be implemented strongly. You have to sign up and wait. I think the waiting list is very long. Oh, really? I thought that they, like, you signed up for beta and then they give, or for the alpha or something, and then they give it to you. I think I saw that Danish has it. I don't know. But yeah. But I probably would not be using it right now. It's also, I guess, a matter of like getting used to using it. So we'll see once they add it. But it's funny, right? Because like GitHub has all this access to all this code, so they were able like to kind of like run probably machine learning on that and find out which is like the most repetitive stuff that people are coding in order to automate it. It's like when you don't pay for the product is you. I can actually check now. Looking at the future of web development, I don't think entry-level jobs are going to require the same skills now as they do today. But web accessibility is going to be an area with sustainability. Yep, I agree. I mean, for sure, the skill set is going to change according to the industry, right? It's a very fast changing industry, so I would assume that also like the requirements for the positions are also going to be changing. I think the problem with AI is the concept of the black box. You might get an algorithm, or you might an algorithm, and you start the learning process and you get to the point where you don't have an idea how it does things. Yeah, I guess so. But that's kind of the point, right? You're teaching it, you're giving it a model, and then it kind of makes its own conclusions. But that's why the thing that they give and they feed the machines and the AIs, like it's a bit blurry to me. I don't know. I don't necessarily know for sure like where is what, where's the line with what, but like the models that are being fed also need to be very diverse, very like examined, like very cautiously, and that's why we need more people in tech. That's why we need more people in different positions and diversity from different countries, from different backgrounds, from different genders, different identities, everything. Because only like this we could create less bias, you know, and be more aware of the bias that is going on in the world. But that's probably not a task for web development. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Codepilot, if they make a paid service, it would be a licensing nightmare. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if they would, but who knows? I mean, they probably would it the same way as they do it now. Like, if you have a corp GitHub, then you probably pay for everything. But if not, then you would probably just use it like that. And they would just like use your usage to train it even better. The entry-level skill is something have been changing since the 90s, so nothing is new. Yeah, it always has been changing. That's kind of like, I think that's what we sign up for, right? As soon as we come to this industry, we're like, yep, always changing. Okay, got it. No problems. But then back to this Copilot thing, like I would love not to need to code that all the time. Because also you saw like when we started to code, hey, remember we're still coding in this tutorial or in this stream, not tutorial. There was so much of the boilerplate that you need to code, like to create those folders, to create those files and everything. And that's just like so freaking boring. If like after you do like 3 times this project of like 4 times, you're just like already like, okay, where is an extension that can automate this thing? Because I'm sick of it. It's really time consuming and it's kind of like, it's always the same. So if there is an AI that can do that for me, take my money. A little bit of my money. I still need to buy the font, right? No offense though, but you talk a lot in live streams. Can we see more of actual web development than talking? Yeah, we could, but if there are questions, then I'm gonna answer them. Usually like I start very much with coding and then eventually it goes to like talking, but I'll take that into consideration. But the code they use is open source, and what happens when the machine using a learning set that is actually machine generated code? But the code they use is open source, and what happens when the machine using a learning set that is actually machine? Yeah, I don't know. It's us who keep asking her questions, and we actually got some opinions and advice from her. Yeah, so it's kind of like balancing, you know. I also asked you, I needed to know about interviews and stuff. So not every stream is gonna be like for 4.5 hours, for example. I also have an interest to finish this project. But yeah, I think after like 2 hours in the stream, the coding has stopped. But I think it's also very nice to have sometimes these conversations, because I get it. Some people come for like actually building the ReactJS project. And I'm absolutely here for that. I want to teach that. But I think also there is like the live interaction of actually talking about the industry and talking about, especially like if it's like people who are trying to enter the industry, who are doing those code tutorials, then, you know, I think this is like a win-win for all of us. because I absolutely want to share those things with you if I can. And thank you all for all the support. That's so sweet. You can find code tutorials, but not all people are now willing to be down to earth and answer all the questions. Thank you. Yes, this is like a live mentorship brainstorming session, dude. She's also greatly crafted coding tutorials. You're free to check those. Coming into a live stream near the end of the engagement and then complaining that there isn't enough coding when we're in the QA portion after the first 3 hours of I really like the talking combination with the coding. I mean, it's a live stream. It's different. Thank you so much. This warms my heart a lot. Thank you. I'm always wondering about the format and if it's good or not. So thank you for sticking here and staying and chatting, keeping me company. But yeah. And I'm always gonna be down for like these talks, you know, because that's what it is about. Yeah, I have been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. Whoop whoop, that's a new record. Oh, definitely not gonna wake up early tomorrow. She got my subscribe because of her talking. Finally, my talking got me somewhere. Dashy dash. Yeah. So we got a lot of good insights today, right? Like about atomic development, about quasar, class names. I showed you the API challenges. We spoke about AI stuff. Really cool. Have you always lived in Germany and do you talk any other language? Talk many other languages. No, I have not always lived in Germany. I was born in Israel, lived there for 14 years. Then my parents moved back home, kind of, to their home country, which is Ukraine. Lived there for 10 years. And then I moved to Germany. And I'm in Germany for almost... How long have I here? It's gonna be 7 years soon. Yeah, so quite a while. I speak German. I want to think that, I mean, I do speak German, you know, I don't speak it like at work. I don't speak it always because there's like a lot of other stuff involved, but I definitely understand it. If somebody's gonna come to me and approach me in German, I will get it, unless they're speaking like in some weird accent that I don't know. I do all the documentation in German. I live full life. And then I speak English, I speak Russian, I speak Ukrainian, I speak Hebrew, and I speak a little bit of Spanish. I understand a lot of Spanish, but I don't speak that much. But if you were to tell me something in Spanish, I would probably understand most of it. Yeah. So I actually found your page through an Instagram. Oh, really? Which one? Was that through the master main branch thingy? Reels are fun. Like I don't really like the dancing part, but to make sometimes jokes and let my goofy self out, sometimes it's okay. Oh, there was a joke recently that I was talking with with another girl on Instagram, and we were joking like we speak like fluent GIF. And she actually put that on her CV and she got a job. How cool is that? Any questions for me? I have 18 years of IT experience in the tech support systems administration side of IT. I'm a senior NAS system engineer, senior tech support, advice support. yeah, so anybody, if you have questions for Revisualize, he's open for, I assume he's a he, maybe it's a she, I don't know, or they. If you have any question, then feel free to shoot, offering the support. The one where you showed your setup. The one where I showed my setup. I don't know. I think I have several of them. You mean like in the background where I have my setup stuff? Sadly, I have to go, but thanks for the stream, and that's for the advice. I will definitely be dropping on your streams frequently. Yay, Tarek! I'm really gonna be happy to see you here, and all the best of luck in your journey. And don't get discouraged. You can do this, and turn your failures into good things, you know, because it's always a learning experience. Have a good night and be safe and take care. Thank you. You too. Good night. Yeah, where I was showing my setup, would that be probably like probably where I just like show my screens, right? Or I don't know. My pronouns are the myth, the legend, law. It's a here. Yes, let's keep the humbleness on point here. Thank you, yay! Okay, let me check what we're gonna be doing tomorrow, because tomorrow is also a stream day. So we did some of the grid stuff, and tomorrow I want to fill out more of those. I'm glad we figured out these things, because it was a little bit not dashy. We did a good progress today, so it was not like... That's also kind of like the reality of work, you know? It's not every day that you're gonna be like top notch and you're gonna be delivering like boom, 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 one thing after another, and you're gonna be like on top of your performance. Some days you're just gonna be, hey, here's what I did a little bit of a progress, and it's still a progress, you know? It cannot be all day, all week, all month, all year, top performer. I mean, maybe you can, I can't. And I think this is also like another part of the realistic approach that I would like the industry to be more okay with. And I think like more and more people are talking about it, but I think that it's important to keep reminding ourselves that this is okay and this is how life is. And there's no need to be like for major productivity, which I guess it's a little bit hard when you're starting out, because you have kind of like, you have the feeling that you need to catch up on a lot and that you need to like outperform because, you know, somebody gave you a chance. And I absolutely get it, and I don't know what else to tell you, because I was also this kind of way. But I think what I am not appreciating is more senior colleagues showing like unrealistic expectations or having unrealistic expectations. That's what I mean. Yeah. So I think it's exactly 4:30 that we have been streaming here together. I have enjoyed this so much, and all the questions, all the answering to each other, and the sweet and kind words that you have. I seriously appreciate it, and the day has been very stressful for me, but now it's really nice. So really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for keeping me company. I appreciate it a ton. It's almost 12 and I almost never stay that late. So thank you very much for joining. I hope to see you tomorrow, same place, same time. We're gonna do a little bit more of web development. We can chat after. I'm always up for chatting and talking about things. And it's fine, don't worry. And no harm. Thank you very much, Daniela. Take care. Thank you. And yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. Peace. Hey. I know some of you have your midday now, or just like after lunchtime. Then have a great how do you say that in English? I hear sometimes Germans say continuation of your day, but is that correct? No, probably not, right? Thank you, take care, hopefully see you tomorrow. I'm gonna be here tomorrow if everything is well, right? Hope to see you tomorrow here too. So yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or the night. And as always, what's the phrase that I'm saying? I'm gonna wish you a good day, evening, night, wherever you are. Stay safe and see you tomorrow. Bye.